माउंटेन ड्यू, यार हैं तो पार हैं।
गाइस, मेरी लूजिंग स्ट्रीक तो खत्म कराओ।
हम आ गए हैं जीतने के लिए। चलो चलो खेल खेल ऑन योर लेफ्ट बुराई करना।
गेमर होना इतना आसान नहीं है ब्रो। जब ओपोनेंट्स और ये सोसाइटी हो चैलेंज करने को तैयार,
खेल नहीं सकते
तो ब्रिंग इट ऑन कहकर खुद को अनलीश करना पड़ता है। सब एनिमीज को एक साथ नॉकआउट करना पड़ता है। जिसमें दम हो खुद को अनलीश करने का, वो हर चैलेंज को कॉन्कर करता है। जो सेट करते हैं अपने पैशन की टोन, वो खुद को अनलीश करके कहते हैं ब्रिंग इट ऑन। तो फिर अब जीत ऑन रिपीट का नारा लगेगा, क्योंकि गेम बर्ड पर सिर्फ ई गेमिंग का डंका बजेगा। ये पैशन की टोन यहाँ ई टूर्नामेंट्स और स्ट्रीमिंग का है सीन ऑन। सो विद गेम बर्ड, ब्रिंग इट ऑन।
Hello everyone, welcome to another iteration of Mountain Dew's Gamers Arena featuring a 10 lakh rupee prize pool. I'm your host Ultras, joined here by Izus. Izus, how are you feeling about a third version again of Dota finally coming back?
Salah, it's really nice to see Dota being played in Pakistan again and again at a very high level. And before that, we really have to talk about this platform that is bringing us Dota. It is the Dew Gamers Arena, right? As you rightly mentioned, it is the third iteration, and it's lovely to see that you're still around for the Dota. I think I had an opportunity last time. It was for PUBG, but there's some issues happening there, so didn't get to go live. But I am extremely excited for this time around.
Definitely, and I think some of the players are excited as well, because as the fans who are watching will see, we have quite a few of the players coming back as well, and a few of the teams as well. So, for example, Recreational Hazard, who are one of DGA's winners, and then Portal Esports. Obviously, Portal is not back, but some of the players are still around. But coming back to your point about this platform, about how important it is to have this platform in the first place, Dota, it's a game that kind of comes on and off, but we're seeing it make a major comeback in the MENA region, seeing a major comeback in the Southeast Asian region, and a slight fall in the Western side. But I'm definitely glad about that. I do believe there was a tournament in Saudi Arabia that happened. There was a tournament in Qatar that happened. We're casting a Dubai event as well. It has a few Pakistani players, but and I'm glad that Pakistan is trying to claw its way into the Dota scene. But speaking about the prize pool, I know that a lot of you guys are very aware that Mountain Dew features huge prize pools for their events, and much like previously, we have a 10 lakh rupee prize pool for the winner, a total grand prize pool of 20 lakh rupees. But this time around, we have something for the third place and the fourth place as well, and they're massive prize pools. For example, the second place has a prize pool of 500,000 rupees, third place has 300,000, and fourth place will be going home with 200,000. But coming back into the brackets, like we were mentioning previously, some of the same teams are available, and it's not the same team names, and some of the players are definitely recognizable. Recreational Hazard, featuring players like Shiraz Akhtar or Shizzy, that just about every Dota fan in Pakistan or anyone who follows the scene we will be aware of. We have players like Intellect, and then we have teams like Potato, No Sangat, Vicious Gaming on board. I know that Gumball is playing in this tournament. Gumball has been on the rise for quite some time now. Previously he used to play for Incognito. Now he's playing in the biggest event in Pakistan for this particular esport. But over on the semi-final side, the first semi-final is going to be played by Recreational Hazard against Potato. It's going to be a best of three, and then after the second semi-final. So we have four teams that are competing over here, but only two will be making it. It's a single elimination style, so two teams will be featuring in the land. But speaking about this particular matchup, Ali, Recreational Hazard versus Team Potato, who do you see going forward?
Talha, looking at both of these teams, right, they're extremely strong contenders for that final spot. And honestly, I'm going to be rooting for Team Potato over here just because I really like the avatar that they have
Yeah.
going on within that team logo, right? So if they're sitting on the couch playing some Dota for extended period of hours, so they're going to be really good. But I'm pretty sure Recreational Hazard is going to give them a very tough time. It's not at all going to be easy for them to clinch that victory. But when it comes to Dota, Thala, I think you really don't know what to expect. The teams, the lineup, the heroes that get picked, everything is really it can come out of the blue with what the teams are going to be doing here. So I hope that both the teams, we get to see some really exciting Dota being played today by both of these teams. And we're always rooting for some good quality Dota, so that is something that we're surely going to be delivering on today, and these teams are going to be responsible for that. And Thala, as you were mentioning that we have some old legends of the Pakistani Dota scene returning today, who are you more excited to see today playing?
I mean, definitely, Shiraz is a powerhouse in Dota, and we have some players missing. For example, Aeon, who is a Pakistani favorite. But, who's going to win? We're going to have to see. Definitely, Recreational Hazard is a strong team, and Team Potato has their work cut out for them. But we're going to dive right into the game, and we're going to see a first ban of Morta coming out. Ali, I know that you and I have been casting a lot of Dota in a tournament in Dubai, and based on the international as well, we see a particular pattern in the patch where we see very similar bans across, just about every single game. You have Spirit Breaker ban, you have Dazzle ban, you have Furion ban, you have Bristleback ban. I think that both of these teams, they're probably going to go for the same bans.
Yeah, it looks like that is what's happening within this lineup already, within this pick and ban phase, right? That Spirit Breaker, we've seen time and time again how strong he is. He can initiate multiple times, and it's just very impossible to catch that hero to bring him down to 0 HP from that 100. So it's a very strong offlaner. Furion, again, they gives you so much mobility. That leash on the Sprout is something that is very powerful, especially going into that part of the game where he can get that activated. And then looking on the other hand, Talha Morta, we've seen that silence, the attack damage low, that really stacks up. So the team's looking not to play against that, and rightfully so. And just speaking of that, right, I think so the patch is probably going to change pretty soon. I think there's a new patch coming out on Monday as well. So this is probably the last weekend that we're playing on this version of the game as well. So might not be the biggest change, but I think some of these things might end up changing out. But Lone Druid, the first pick coming out from Team Potato, that is pretty interesting right now.
Definitely, Lone Druid is a very interesting pick, particularly when you reveal that Lone Druid certainly has its weaknesses. The Lone Druid without the ultimate is quite vulnerable to that high DPS or high damage potentials that we do see in this patch. So how you execute it and your positioning in particular matters quite a lot. So we're going to have to see that Team Potato, now that they reveal their Lone Druid, certainly it is obviously going to be in a core position. How they're going to plan to play around it. It certainly deals a lot of tower damage, and the bear, it's not as strong as it used to be. The bear past the 35-40 minute mark certainly seems to lose its value. It's very easily kiteable. It's where you can take it down very easily as well, and the majority of its output comes in the form of tower damage that you're able to deal and that early diffusal blade that you make. plus the harpoon, of course, the recently new added item, certainly very good on the bear. But recreational hazard, they're choosing to play a lot more of, I would say, orthodox competitive Dota, where they're going to pick their support first, and they go for tree and protector, one of the stronger supports in this patch. Definitely very difficult to kill. And if you're playing against a lone druid, it certainly acts as a good counter mechanism as well, because of that root ability, because of your ultimate, it will hold the bear in place. And a Grimstroke, definitely. Ali, I think Recreational Hazard has their mindset, fixed. Just play some good old-fashioned Dota, play what works best.
Yeah, that I think that's what they're looking to do here. And speaking of Tree and Protector, right? We saw what the TI winners were able to accomplish with that hero on the position 4, where he was able to scout out the entire map and then just make it extremely difficult to make any moves against the team. So I think we're expecting something similar coming out here from the Chain Protector as well. And then Grimstroke, just your good old great support. He has a silence, he has a stun, and then that ultimate can be paired up with another big ultimate or targeted ult, and that can do a lot of damage in team fights as well. But Team Potato, I'm really interested in seeing what tricks do they have up their sleeves. They've opened this draft up with a lone druid, and as you said, that lone druid has to go towards the core position. So it does give them, it sort of takes away some flexibility in terms of what they can do with the rest of this draft. But let's see what do they have planned out here for us.
Yeah, I mean, Train Protector plus Grimstroke, it's a very potent combination. But Team Potato, they're going to pick what arguably is, in my opinion, one of the best disablers in the game right now, and that is going to be the Lich or the Lich King. I'm not exactly sure if it's the Lich King anymore, but it's going to pick the Lich. The Frost Chain ability plus the pull that the Lich has, it's certainly very strong. Plus, let's not forget, it synergizes very well with the Lone Druid's Bear. In fact, with that damage reduction, with that additional slow from that Frost Shield, it's certainly a very good combination. So both teams have their combinations correct. We see a Templar Assassin and a Kunkka ban coming out today. Kunkka, obviously, with that Scepter upgrade, definitely very difficult to play in a team fight. But now Team Potato, it's time to pick their core. Right? Yeah. Oh, and they're actually going to go for a Bounty Hunter. That's very interesting.
I guess this is probably going to be a position 4 bounty. You've got a position 5 Lich coming out, right? I might be wrong, but that's the most likely outcome here from the lineup that we have right now. So position 4 bounty going around the map, roaming, and that's sort of a counter, not a counter I'd say, but sort of their Tree and Protector in terms of that vision game. Scouting the map, being able to see what the enemy team is up to, and then just relaying that information back to your team so that you can make the appropriate moves as well. So sort of similar ideas, I'd say, coming out from both of the teams. In terms of execution, of course, they're different than the heroes being selected. But yeah, vision and inevitably wins you games, and that's what we're seeing here. And a Spectre being picked by Recreational Hazards right after a Legion Commander. So I think that's the Grimstroke combination we were thinking about, right, Tala?
Yeah, I think so. Grimstroke, Inkswell plus the Legion Commander, certainly a very potent and aggressive lane if you put them both together. Plus, there's always that, you don't really see it that often, but the Grimstroke ultimate plus the Legion Commander duel, you have the potential to get 2 double dual kills off, get times 2 the amount of damage gain that you get from your ultimate. So that's definitely a good combination. But speaking of the Bounty Hunter, like you were mentioning, Ali, it's a very good counter to the Tree and Protector, because you only really have to spot him out once, and we see teams struggle quite a bit trying to actually kill the Tree and Protector, because you just hide in the trees all the time. But if you have a Bounty Hunter and if you have track on you, then you can't really play that vision game that you want to for your team. In particular, because you have a Legion Commander, you want to maximize on that vision, and you have a Spectre as well. So you have a sort of global presence for that Legion Commander to be getting his dues off. So definitely we're going to see a much more influence role on that Legion Commander. they're going to try and focus on getting as many of those dual kills as they can. But meanwhile, Team Potato, they have picked themselves up a Luna. Now, so it's going to be a Luna versus a Spectre game, and Luna, thanks to that shard ability, that enhanced damage reduction is quite potent. Plus, you have the option of always making a scepter. In my opinion, in my personal opinion, obviously you go for a carry Luna most of the time and you don't go for a scepter. But in this particular matchup, in a scenario where you have Luna versus a Legion commander, picking up a scepter wouldn't be all that bad, because with those moonbeams that start firing off with your scepter, and the moonbeams are very fast as well, so one person goes instantly down if they don't get out of that radius. So Legion commander will be forced to stay inside that radius, right? Because of the duel, if you have a Luna scepter, then that potentially means that you can actually counter the Legion's duel as well. So we're going to see if he actually goes for that. But all of these things, they're very hypotheticals, but the main idea is that for both of these teams, they have a wide range of possibilities in how they can choose to play this.
Yeah, and Talab, looking at Recreational Hazard's lineup, right, I just realized that they're if three of their heroes decide to go and smoke up, Grimstroke, Treant Protector, and Legion Commander, the Spectre can join in. So that is going to be a very aggressive trio that's going to be going around the map hunting heroes on Team Potato, and that's what Legion Commander really wants to do for the entire game, right? As soon as she gets a blink up, she just wants to be dueling heroes off of cooldown. I think Spectre combining with that's going to be very important. And then Treant Protector is just already looking out there behind the enemy lines in their forest, gathering all of that vision. So this is something that Team Potato will have to be very careful in how they end up playing against. And on the other hand, with the Luna, especially if she decides to go that carry build, then early on into the game, I'd say pre-20 minutes, even when she does end up getting her Manta, she's going to be an easy target to pick up. And Bounty Hunter, Lich, they're all individually very squishy heroes, I'd say. So Recreational Hazard, their game plan does seem to make sense against what Team Potato has right now, but it's time to look at how the mid laners end up tying things off. So there's a Viper coming out for Team Potato, and then let's see what Recreational Hazard ends up going for on their mid position.
Viper plus the Bounty Hunter, in particular the Lich Frost Shield as well. So definitely a very, I would say, mid-game lineup for Team Potato, plus the potential for the late game in the form of the Luna. But meanwhile, Recreational Hazard, we're going to see what mid lane they actually go for this, and they're actually going to go for a very safe hero, someone that the Viper can't actually threaten all that much. It's going to be Shizzy on that sniper. On the mid lane, it's going to be the Legion Commander, plus what I hope is the Grimstroke on the off lane, and it's going to be the Spectre plus Treant Protector in the safe lane. And as soon as that level 6 comes online for both the Spectre and the Legion Commander, we're going to be seeing a lot of aggression. But will Team Potato be able to counteract that? Because they too have a Bounty Hunter and a Lich King, and a Luna, a Lone Druid, and a Viper. A very, very aggressive team. The problem for them is if the Lone Druid, for whatever reason, gets shut down, then their entire lineup starts to fail, because you need that bear in the front line. No other hero, I mean, I know the bear isn't exactly a hero, but for argument's sake, we'll call him that. No other hero can frontline. They don't really have that frontline. I mean, sure, you have that Viper who can choose to go for the blade mail or choose to make tanky items, but that's not really the ideal scenario.
Prepare for battle.
Interesting to see how these lineups end up, clashing against each other, and how they end up on the side with the bear, right? They'll have to have someone frontline there, and I think that bear is going to have to go in more often than not. So, but yeah, as this engagement, as the game starts, some ideas on this side,
Definitely, and we might actually be seeing an early level 1 clash come out. I don't really see these often, because normally teams usually prioritize getting those 2 bounty runes and just calling it a day, because that level 1 5v5 clash is always, it's always a gamble, because it the first blood plus a few kills gets you so ahead, particularly on the mid lane and
30
particularly on
seconds
the
to
off lane. But we might just see a clash. Ward has been placed down on the cliff over on the bot side. Bounty Hunter is in front. But as far as level 1 potential goes, the dire side has more of it, and they do see the Bounty Hunter. He's going to be walking straight up into the Legion Commander and Team Protector. The lead seed goes off, the Inkswell goes off, and they're going in. The Inkswell is not going to hit anyone with the bear leading the charge, and now the Viper strikes. They're really focusing on the Team Protector, and he has 4 stacks on him. Will he be able to go down? There goes the Lucent Beam, but they just need a few more hits over there. Meanwhile, the Grimstroke is also in a bit of trouble, and it looks like the Legion Team Protector is going to go down. That's going to be first blood for that lone druid. A very good start for Popo the Turtle. I'm sure, it's a different name. I'm sure it's not Popo the Turtle.
Yeah, just for the casting sake, right? I think we'll have to call him the name that he has on there. So yeah, on the other hand, Salah, we're looking at Mr. Shiraz going on mid with a sniper against that Viper. So that's a fairly decent lineup for both of them. But the sniper, I think, is going to be getting some more denies coming out in that lineup as well. On the top, it's the Grimstroke and LC versus the Luna and the Lich. So the Luna shouldn't be a hard lane for her, especially with the Lich sort of being there to protect her with the control. He has that aggressive potential as well. On the bottom, it's going to be that Spectre versus the Lone Druid and the Bounty Hunter combo. That Bounty Hunter is going to be stealing some gold away from the Spectre every chance that he's going to get. But this is going to be a bit of a harder lane, I'd say, for the Radiant here.
Definitely going to be a harder lane, in particular when those levels start to come online. But meanwhile, on the top lane, the Grimstroke is falling very low, and actually Luna as well just needs a few more hits. But the Legion Commander gets slowed down by that Frost Blast, and Luna is going to be safe for now. But definitely, once that Legion Commander's overwhelming odds comes back online, it's going to be very hard because you can just keep on nuking it out. Grimstroke, for both of these teams, the kill potential is definitely there on both of the lanes. We see another Inkswell come out, and Lich is going to be stunned up just a little bit, but no real threat there.
Yeah, the lane's sort of going as we expect right now, except for that early blur. It's pretty even coming out across the lanes right now. And that top lane, Luna and Lich, they'll have to be careful. But here, what did we...
Yeah, I don't, Mr. Shiraz, I don't think this is the where you want to be. Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure if his headshot ability is available or if he's used it. We will have to see. But without the headshot, Sniper falls over here. I don't think he's expecting this. And I love Viper's nickname. It's the most Viper nickname in Dota. When you're playing against a Viper, this is how you know you're playing against a good Viper, right? Divine 2 Russian top fixer on team is equal to AFK.
Yeah, from the looks of it, I think this is how it is, and we're going to see the action unfold in just a few seconds as this unpause comes out. Mr. Shiraz sticking his ground against the Viper, but that DOT damage might add up in just a bit, and he might take out, and he does. So yeah, Zara, you're definitely right. That was not where he should have been standing there. But yeah, so the Sniper gets taken out on the mid lane.
I mean, there was no real reason for him to be there either. He has the headshot ability. He has the ability to get that farm up and get that farm up really quickly. And making that Viper get in good lead is definitely not advisable because you're going to need the Viper to be killable in the first place. And an early Blade Mail is definitely very dangerous to play against. But meanwhile, on the last hit chart, both teams are doing reasonably well. Spectre 10 CS versus the Luna's 9 CS and Legion Commander's 14 CS versus the Lone Druid's 11 CS. We do have a lot of denies up on that Lone Druid as well, and let's not forget that he did get that first blood. So both teams, as far as the last hits are concerned, they're doing pretty evenly. Mid lane obviously going very well for that Viper, and I think it's going to be a lesson learned by Shiraz. He's definitely not going to be playing that aggressive. Certainly not when he really needs to.
Yeah, I think it's at that point in the game where you'll have to, give respect to the hero that you're playing against, and that's what we're going to expect the sniper to do against the Viper moving forward. But right now, the lanes are pretty static on both sides. We don't see the position force rotating over. Neither do they usually at this point in the game. But here, Inkswell being used on the Legion Commander, going on to that Lich and just catches him out on the edge, and they're going to now turn on to the Luna, who has to sort of go back from attacking there. The sniper, he's being heavily punished with an entire
Oh, he
creep
might die. He
following
might
him down
die.
into the tower. He might end up dying here, avoiding that spell, but then the vision goes on him, and Viper is able to take him out. Talha, you were absolutely right about that name on the Viper. It's really showing that.
And I mean, the sniper, he doesn't need to turn around to exchange hits, right? As soon as you have one stack or two stacks of Viper strikes on you, you can just go back instead of choosing to land those last hits, because we know that there's no real damage potential. So why are you trying to exchange hits in the first place? It's not the right play. Now 2 kills up on that Viper, a very good start for him. We see 2 observer wards placed for the sniper on the mid lane, so both observer wards expended for that mid lane, but it's not doing them any good.
Yeah, and here the bounty hunter might be in trouble. There's a sentry. They see where he's going, and he gets taken out as well. So the Spectre getting some gold back from that bounty hunter with that kill, and then on the other hand, the chain protector is rotating over, and the sniper gets killed again. Supports rotating from both lanes to punish that play from the Viper. But the sniper's game is now looking pretty terrible. I think that was his 3rd death now.
Definitely, and I don't even think he has a teleport back. Meanwhile, the Viper can easily just TP back to the lane. Very disastrous for the Radiant. And meanwhile, on the top lane, Luna seems to fall from that Legion Commander, probably because of that Inkswell. And meanwhile, they do get a return kill back. But as far as the value of the kills, the Dire side certainly has it much better. I think a recreational hazard, or actually, I think the Dire side is Team Potato.
Yeah, there might be. I think with the lack of the interface for instance, the previous here, but on the top lane, they're going in again. They have that extreme damage potential coming out onto that Luna, and bounty hunters are not the sort of support that you TP in onto a lane to protect your carry from being
and look at mid. Look at mid. There's bounty hunter and there's a Viper. They're going to go on the sniper again, and he's going to fall very low, already down to half HP, and he's going to die as well. 4th death for Shizzy. He does manage to get a return kill, probably from that shrapnel, but not looking good.
Yeah, it's not at all looking good, Salah, and I think we're even on the 6th kill at the 6-minute mark from both sides right now, but there's some gold lead being accumulated for the Radiant side, and then the lone druid gets taken out at the bottom. I think we're going to have to ask our observer to do sort of a better job here so we can catch some of those kills. But there's action on both sides.
Definitely action on both sides, and no, this is not good. Double damage on the Viper, and I'm sure Grimstone is going to rotate in, but do you really want to be here? Inkswell goes off, and the bounty hunter, it doesn't actually connect onto the Viper, and now Viper's in trouble. Spectre rotates in with that haunt, and that's going to be a dead Viper, but he's done his job. He's gotten the sniper for, I think, the 5th or the 4th time now, and now the sniper having been completely disabled, I think they should prioritize more on the Spectre now, who seems to be having a very good time of his own, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. The Lich is going to come in, the Frost Shield goes off, Spectre is going to be slowed, but it's not going to do anything other than zone the Spectre out of the lane.
Yeah, just the bounty hunter being able to get some gold out of that Spectre's pocket and just forcing her out of that lane right now. So with the catapult wave coming in, the bear being ready in the bottom, they have some presence there. They could take him out, but now this is the important kill that they wanted. They've gone on to the Viper being all aggressive, and they get that kill as well. The support combo coming in and securing that very important kill onto the Viper, who was gaining a lot of momentum. So Shiraz, he's going to be one happy sniper for just a little bit, so they get the mid lane. But on the other hand, they're already planning a move on him, and I think they're going to be waiting for that Viper to come in so that they can time that. But on the top lane,
they see the Luna. They see the Luna. Inspector haunts in. The Inkswell goes off as well. Luna not even level 6 right now. He's going to fall very quickly. Inspector, he's back in the lane. Oh, this
Yeah, and they got him the sniper as well, and the duel comes out. Legion Commander hitting that level 6 and protecting their sniper as well. They're saying that that sniper kill is not going to be an easy kill to get anymore. So it's interesting that they did not wait for the Viper to come here before they started making that initiation as well. But now they're not done yet. They find the bounty hunter as well who was going for that bounty. But that aggressive combination, that support combination coming out from the Radiant side, it's really doing some work here for them. And then the LC, she's pretty close to that Blade Mill as well, so that should be coming online any moment. And then after that, she's going to go for that Blink, so the pick-off potential is just going to amplify as the game goes
Viper,
on.
he might just fall as well. Lich, the Frost Shield goes off, the Inkswell goes off as well, but I do not think the Viper is going to die over here. And Shield Protector will fall. Spectre haunts in and the Viper is falling very low, but will he actually die? No, he's actually surviving. He does eventually fall to the Sniper, but then Sniper loses his life as well, and Grimstroke, he's in a lot of trouble. They've already lost 3 for the Viper. Inkswell goes off as well, but I don't think anything's going to come of it as he too will fall. Nowhere to go, no teleport available. Will he choose to go to the Ancients? It's very unlikely.
Dire's top tower
But
is
that
under attack.
rotations coming out from both sides. They chose to go on the Viper as well. Perhaps they seem to be a bit upset about what a Viper did to that Sniper up on the mid lane, but did not work out for them this time around. Very action-packed game, and the net worth, if we notice, it's not in either side's favor. But what I will say is that the cores on both teams are getting what they need.
Yeah, they definitely are, and the Luna's still farming under that Radiant Observer ward that they have in the top jungle. The Chain Protector guarding that rune once again, but the team is here. They do get that kill onto the Bounty Hunter, the Spectre rotating in to finish that off. But now, Belha, now the track is online for Bounty Hunter, so that's going to be extra gold going their way as well. So the Radiant has to be careful when trading these kills out. If they're going to give out that track gold to Bounty Hunter, so a one-on-one trade is not going to be the same as it would have been otherwise. So here we do have the Sniper, and then Viper has that shield rune up as well. So there's not really any chance to kill that Viper as of now, and the Spectre will have to be more careful in how she ends up engaging on one of these targets. We saw how she melted against the Viper in that early engagement.
Definitely, Ali, like you were mentioning, the Viper having farmed up quite a bit, and the 1v1 trades in particular not going to be worth it at all with that track gold, because even if you get the kill, you're going to be giving a lot of gold away to that bounty hunter, to the other side's team. And now we see another smoke up, a shield rune available, Tumbler's Toy, and the Legion Commander making use of that Tumbler's Toy, and another track kill coming in the way of the Dire side. Bounty Hunter falling very low over here, but I don't think he's in that much trouble as Legion Commander falls. Viper getting ahead, and that's what they need to do right now with that track online. They need to be making these aggressive plays. Oh, the first hit gets the root off on the Sniper. They need another root coming off over here. Viper does not have the range for any of those hits. Inkswell does go off as well. The Sun goes off, and I think that's going to be a safe Sniper. The Lich trying to come in from the side, but it's not going to be able to do anything. They do not want to die the tower.
At least not in this point of the game right now. And a Radiant rune for the Bear, so the Bear is going to be a healthy Bear coming up here. And then both the teams settling at the mid lane. We do have someone coming in from behind, and that's going to be the Bounty Hunter combining with the Viper's ultimate. The Sniper is not going to be long for this world, and this Chain Protector, he's sort of caught out as well, and there's a duel on the other hand, so the duel is going to be successful, but the Lich ultimate coming out is not going to do much here, as both the supports and the creep are being pretty close by. But the Bounty Hunter is back in it, gets another track kill with the Bear going in as well. That's somewhat of an even exchange coming out, a mid laner and a support for a mid laner and a support, but that's that bounty gold going towards that Bounty Hunter and the Dire side. So
definitely. It's just a bit concerning, as you know, Mr. Payne, or rather the Spectre, he seems to not be controlled in any way whatsoever. He seems to be getting away with all of these haunt kills. You know, he seems to be farming as well. So it's certainly going to be something that might come back and haunt the dire side.
No pun intended, fellow.
Yeah, it took me. I was saying that, and then it just came to me.
Yeah, as you were saying that, I was like, Talha, you're so brilliant. That is such a good one. I'm not sure if you realized why you were saying that, but yeah, Talha. So I think the next important round of items almost coming up for both of the teams. Now, Legion Commander is looking for her Blink Dagger, and on the other hand, I think there's some smaller items coming out for the dire side. They're not really as dependent on the items for their sort of initiation. But here, if you look at that trio coming out, they're going in for the Legion Commander, who was low HP, but they'll settle for the Grimstroke as well. They don't really care, and the Skill Protector being pretty close by, it's going to be a free kill for them as well. That gold coming out, but then the Legion Commander, she initiates, and then with the Spectre coming in, they should be able to get some counter kills as well. But the Lich ultimate is huge here. He catches a lot of bounces off, but is that going to be able to translate into some kills with the Luna joining in from the north side as well? Be able to connect. The Legion Commander should be a great return kill. So it's 3 heroes for 3 heroes on both sides.
Yeah, and I think they got 2 track kills off of that. Meanwhile, Spectre continues to get the kills, and he is actually falling a bit low on the CS charts. Probably, you know, you do use a bit of time when you use that haunt, so definitely you can't be getting those last hits. And meanwhile, Luna continues to farm. So definitely a very good game for both of these sides. I do say that it's slowed down quite a bit for that dire side, because they are choosing to use the Lone Druid to come into a lot of these fights, not choosing to farm or actually take some of these towers, because we do see the mid lane tower and the top lane tier 1 tower for that team still standing. And now Treant Protector is going to fall over here. Oh, rather, actually, it's going to be a turnaround on towards the Lone Druid. He's going to fall over here, and that's going to be a dual kill as well for the Radiant side. Definitely a good counter initiation, and very disastrous, I would say, for the dire side.
Yeah, Tala, that was not at the best go on the dire side as well. I think the Radiant has some great vision set up on the bottom jungle, despite having lost that tier 1, and that's sort of reminiscent of the dire sort of refusing to play towards that bottom side of the map, where they do have that tier 1 that they've taken out. But
It's not in my
right now,
but
it's pretty peaceful in the map, which has not been happening at all with that. If you look at that aggressive scoreline, 21-18 in this was around 16 minutes into the game right now. So the dire side, they have lost their safe lane tier 1 as well, and the other team, the Radiant, has also lost that tier 1. So right now, in terms of towers and objectives, they're going pretty even. But now
They know that the Treant is there, but they also see the Bounty Hunter, and that's going to be a blinking dual kill for the Radiant side. Good vision being provided by that Treant Protector, anticipating it from the start, and that's going to be a dead Treant as well. Perhaps overextending there was not the right idea, but definitely a win for the Radiant side. They do manage to get that kill, get that dual kill off, and that's very high amount of dual damage early on into the game before the Legion Commander even hits level 12.
yeah, and as soon as they get that kill towards the bottom side of the map, right there, they were already pinging and drawing towards that Luna as well. So that's probably going to be the next objective they go for after they're able to secure that mid tier 1. But that mid tier 1, they do have the glyphs coming out, so kind of it's not going to be that easy for them. On the other hand, the Dire has positioned themselves to defend that mid tower. Well, we were talking about last hits, the Luna on 179 as compared to the Spectre's 108. Although she's not getting any kills at the moment, but yeah, when it comes to just so there's a smoke gang coming out, the LC plus the Grimstroke, they're going to be looking for that Luna, and they do have
they know the Luna is there because they saw the illusions, but will they be able to find the Luna? No, they don't have the right idea, just narrowly missing the Luna. She's going to be safe, and as you mentioned, just going to continue farming up.
Yeah, the Luna's farm is unparalleled, right? So if she gets huge enough, the Spectre getting those kills not going to matter, but then they found the Viper right in that mid lane, and that should be the mid tower going down for the Radiant side as well. So that smoke They were originally looking for the Luna. It wasn't really a success there, but in terms of impact they were able to get the next best thing, which was the Viper, and that should result in a tier 1 tower. But look at that Bounty Hunter, just sharing XP with the Spectre, taxing her for some of her gold after just a little bit, and yeah, that's sort of like the government on my income at the end of every month. I'm glad to see someone else is also suffering from that.
And we're going to see another Horn kill come out, a kill on the Viper as well. So Radiant very ahead right now, and it doesn't, the problem for the Dire side is that their lineup is definitely stronger in the mid lane, even when you factor in that Luna, because at the end of the day, 112 dual damage this early on. Legion Commander is in a position where he blinks on anyone and they're going to die, right? Luna simply does not have that much farm, and if you go into the late game with this current situation, it does not really seem like Luna will be able to do much, considering that you have a sniper with a Midas who's going to be farming as well. And Radiant, they do have a fair bit of map control that isn't going anywhere. Sure, they can't actually cross the river on either side, but they do have an open jungle. They do have the potential for those Horn kills and for the Legion Commander. So Dire side, they're forced into a sort of clumped up strategy where they have to play together.
Yeah, they're going to have to play together, Salah, with the way things are going right now, and that's what they're looking to do here with the amount of farm that they have on that Luna. It looks like that's the mission for them right now, right? Just it's going to be 4 protect 1 Dota coming out from them. Just protect the Luna, make sure she keeps up her pace with the farm, and that she keeps getting big. And you're praying for the fact that at a certain point she gets so huge that it's just impossible for the Radiant to be able to deal with her. But now they look like they're setting up for the Tormentor here. Salah, who do you think would really get some value from that shard on the Dire side? Right
well,
now?
I mean, if it's for pushing, then I would want it to go to Viper. Simply because you can just stack up those Viper strikes on towards the tower. But I think Radiant side has better uses for the shard in the first place. But they're not really going to go for it right now. They're content playing this game the way it's going. Solar Crest now ready for that Bounty Hunter, and the shard as well. So you do have that potential for the teammate to be invisible as well. Not really any hero that benefits from that, actually.
Are they going to use that teleport? Because the Radiant is sort of set up on the top side. But no, going for that Roshan, that's a big objective. The LC spotting that, rotating over with the teleport, and then takes her out. But then the Luna ultimate coming out, that LC has to fall here, and she does. The Spectre, she has joined the fight, but now with that break mechanic coming in, it's going to be a little tough to survive here. But then the Sniper's ultimate, that comes through. She gets taken out. The Spectre, she's falling low. She's going to inevitably die here. The Bear gets taken out. The Viper, he doesn't have a lot of HP here. The Sniper getting some shots off, and then he gets taken out. But now the Sniper is not in a good position. He forces the Bear back, and then with that, the Brimstone gets really wants to heal off with that Brimstone going off, and it looks like Shiraz is going to go crazy on all of them with that Sharpener in place, taking out the Lone Grid as well. And now Bounty Hunter versus Shiraz. He's gotten a triple kill from this engagement.
Sniper needs to be careful because there is a Lich coming in. The Bounty Hunter does have the stun as well. The Frost Shield comes off, and Sniper, he may just be falling over here. Another frag will coming their way, and that's going to be 1,000 gold for that Lich plus the track kill. That's a lot of gold going to their way. Oh, Legion Commander goes in for that duel. It would have been worth it. 140 duel damage up for him. Bounty Hunter, I'm not sure if this is the right idea, but that's definitely...
That's one brave Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, that definitely. Perhaps just wanted to taunt him a little bit, but Legion Commander, he can actually choose to go in. A dual kill would be very worth it, and it seems like that's the idea right now. They don't want to be going in. They know that the Luna's ultimate is not available. And a smoke up.
Yeah, but there's lots of ideas of their own, right? He does get caught out, but there's so many heroes beating into the LC. He's going to lose that duel. And now that Roshan should be for the taking for the Dire. And for the first time in the game, I think they've gotten a 2k gold lead here as well. So Rosh should be falling, and the Radiant, they do not seem like they can contest it now at any point.
Yeah, definitely doesn't seem like they can contest it. That Legion kill was unfortunate to say the least. But meanwhile, Radiant side, they have plans of their own. They're trying to find the Viper, but the Lone Druid rather. The Lone Druid senses this and will back away.
Yeah, and with that Aegis on the Luna, that's a hero that you want that Aegis on, right? Like with the Elsie jumping that Luna, maybe being able to take him out during the duel. So with the Aegis on him, that's that reinforcement, that's that insurance policy that you need to be able to push into these towers. So the Elsie now she'll have to choose another target. Bounty hunters, okay, but I think the Elsie would want to take out that Lich or the Viper at the start of the game, at the start of a fight, so that the sniper can reign supreme and then unload onto the rest of the Dire. But with not going on that, the Lich can really protect anyone, right? If you don't go on the Lich, he has that potential to protect all of the other heroes with the Frost armor. So right now, it's going to be interesting to see how the Dire are going to choose to play out the rest of the time with the Aegis. Right now, they seem like they're content with farming with the Bounty Hunter. I'd say the Bounty Hunter is doing a much better job at the vision game than the Treant Protector has been able to.
Yeah, definitely. Treant Protector, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get his Scepter in any time right now, and Bounty Hunter needs to be careful over here because there are 4 heroes. So any sort of vision, it's interesting to see that Radiant have not chosen to plant more sentries on their jungle side. But now BKB ready up for that Legion Commander.
Yeah, the Elsie has gotten that BKB, so spoiling her duel damage, her duels is going to be a little harder. On the other hand, Radiant, I don't think they're going to be looking to be. They're going to look to be aggressive at any point right now, especially with that Aegis in the hand of the Dire. They are getting pretty close, sort of on the similar sides of the map.
Oh, does this Bounty Hunter Inkswell coming out? So they do definitely see the Bounty Hunter, and now Treant is going to initiate on him ultimate use as well. There goes the duel as well. The Frost Shield is on Bounty Hunter. The Frost Chain goes out as well, and Legion Commander is falling really low. No one gets a duel damage, but that's definitely a kill that's worth it going for the Dire side because now they can just push. No frontliner available for Recreational Hazard. And now Viper Strike as well on the Sniper. Viper trying to go in, but taking a lot of damage. And now Inkswell up on him as well. Sniper's trying to hold his ground, but it's very difficult. They're trying to save the Sniper, but he will end up falling over here. Aegis expended on the Luna as well. And Grimstroke falling very low. He's going to fall over here. And now Luna's back up. 50 seconds for the Sniper. He's down and out. The Treant Protector trying to TP out, and looks like he will be safe. And the Aegis used as well, so it's not all bad for the Radiant side. I mean, sure, their tower is going to fall, but they might have managed to take attention away from their high ground.
Sure, they lost 3 heroes. Sure, the Dire is accumulating a 5k gold lead, but I love the kind of optimist that you are, right? I think it looks pretty bad for the Radiant. At least it looks pretty bad in that fight, right? So but yeah, and then on top of that, they got all of that gold from the Bounty Hunter. Being able to track all of those heroes. So it's honestly looking pretty bad for the Radiant, and I think one insurance policy that they had in the form of the Spectre, sure, she's able to keep up in terms of last hit, but if we take a look at the net worth, I'm pretty sure she's fallen pretty behind the Luna for now.
Definitely, Ali, but I think actually, I'm going to have to hold that thought because that's going to be a very easy dual kill onto the Viper. 1,000 gold going the way of Legion Commander, and I think that should be 200 dual damage up on him, certainly stacking that up. But, I was mentioning earlier, the ultimate doomsday scenario for the Radiant, it only happens when all of their tier 3 towers fall, or all of their Raxes fall, because if you look at the high ground defense that they have, it's nearly impossible to penetrate that high ground unless and until you can kill that Sniper. And the Aegis is something that's definitely used to go high ground in the first place, and tier 1 towers for the Radiant are still up, and meanwhile they have a lot of map control of their own. So they're not
Dire's top tower
in
has
a
fallen.
lot of danger, you know, because the 5k net worth lead that we were talking about is down to back to 2k. You know, they have their own version of map control, they have their own version of map dominance coming out over here. So the dire side, you know, they did get that team fight, no doubts about that, but they expended their aegis, and with that
Yeah.
aegis expense they lost their ability to go high ground, and now it's just down to the next Roche to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I think with how you were saying with the Radiant's lineup, right? They're more than happy to delay that game, or with the sniper, with all of the heroes, and then Elsie, who should be able to keep accumulating more and more damage here, gets another kill, gets the TP out as well, right in front, right under that tier 2 tower. But they're dire. Do they want to make a move here?
I don't. They only have two heroes. I don't think this is the play.
This
But
Jam's going
Luna
to
is
go.
alone as well. And
Oh.
oh, actually, I forgot for a second about that Spectre. And now Luna's falling very low and instantly going to fall. So definitely, Oli, this is what I was trying to say. I mean, sure,
Dire's courier
when
has
you
been
clump up
killed.
as 5 and when you get an early kill, you do get that team fight. But by no means, looking at this game, can I make a call that, you know, the Dire has any sort of
Dire's
advantage.
middle tower is under attack.
Yes, and I think any advantage that they had, they successfully thrown it away with that Luna, that duel coming out onto the Bounty Hunter as well. And now the Radiant are the ones knocking on the base for the Dire, right? They're shooting down those tier 2s, and I think this tier 2 should be falling pretty soon. They don't have a Luna to come and help them defend this, and the LC on the other end, if she catches any heroes, and they're sure to die here as well. That Bounty Hunter, he's been getting away with those kind of shenanigans for just too long, so he gets taken out as well, and then that bear should be falling any moment soon as well. So that's going to be like 300 gold going the way of the Radiant as well. And with that, they get that really good transition towards that bottom tier 1 tower as well. Well, the bear, I thought that bear was going to survive with how long he actually did. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and this is kind of the problem with Legion Commander having so much dual damage, having Sniper having so much range, has an Enchanted Quiver as well. But I might have to hold that thought because we might see a potential team fight coming out. But rather, actually, Dire side chooses to back out. I mean, the bear used most of the time that they had in the laning stage to be grouping up for Teo's team fights, and now the bear doesn't have that much farm, doesn't have that much sustain, and with the amount of dual damage that they have, and with the amount of damage coming out from the sniper, that bear isn't really a threat anymore.
Dire's
yeah,
middle
definitely,
tower
Talan. I
is
think
under attack.
the Dire might be looking to, I don't know, maybe have a Heaven's Halberd going on. Is that wait? Is that sniper? Does the sniper already have a Scardy up on him as well? It looks like that, right? With his hitting the ancients, I think there's some action unfolding right now. Alright, so the just an Inkswell being used preemptively on the Legion Commander, wasn't able to catch any
Dire's
heroes
bottom tower
there.
is under attack.
And for the Radiant, I mean,
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Legion Commander isn't even the one with all of that net worth. I mean, Sniper Sniper at the top, with Spectre leading at the second place, and Legion Commander, he's actually 5th on that net worth chart, but he does so much for his team, so much damage. That initiation, it's very difficult for the Dire side, to mount, because they've lost all map control at this point. It's very difficult for them to mount up any sort of real pressure. They are going to choose to try and do something with that smoke up, but they need to be very careful, because if they lose this team fight, they might actually just be losing the high ground.
Yeah, they definitely have to be careful. The Legion Commander has been spotted out, but keeps spotting heroes out. The ultimate is able to go in onto the lich, takes him out very quickly, and with that, the Bounty Hunter is taken down to very low HP. And on the bottom side, they were fighting on this alone going onto the sniper, but that sniper is not a easy hero to kill anymore. The Radiant, the Dire losing 4 heroes in the blink of an eye, and that tier 2 is going to go down the bottom. And with that, the Radiant, they've accumulated an 11,000 gold lead at this point, and they're going to start knocking on the Dire's base. But guess what? There's no one home. They're going to be making some quick work of this base as well with the amount of damage that they have. The Viper is stepping a little too close to the fire, almost getting burned, but he should be safe for now.
Yeah, he's going to be safe, but with 250 dual damage, the sniper having a Scotty, so much damage available for him, that's going to be a very easy high ground push. And this was, I think, the worst case scenario from taking that team fight. Perhaps they anticipated that waiting for the Radiant side, waiting for Recreational Hazard to go high ground first would not be a position where you want to play from, so they chose to take that team fight. But you know, as you were mentioning early on into the game, Luna does not have that sustain, but now they're going to try and go for the sniper. They have got him out solo, and it looks like he might be falling over here. He does manage to fall, but the Spectre is back into the team fight. Bounty Hunter does fall as well, and now there comes the Legion Commander onto the Luna with the duel, and it looks like the Luna is going to fall as well. 2 deaths now for the Dire side. We do see a buyback coming out from the sniper. Perhaps they want to go high ground now, recognizing the fact that 2 cores for Potato are down, and now Grimstroke with that ink spell. It doesn't seem like that bear actually is going to die, but they're going to do as much damage on him as they can. Now we see a Viper buyback as well, and with this, Radiant are forced to get back.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah,
is
so that
under
sniper
attack.
is an absolute menace at this point. They need to get close to him to be able to do something about him. But as soon as they get close, the sniper has so many options to be able to kite them out as well and then create some distance between them. But now they're going all out, and that looks like to be the end of the Radiant as well. The bear getting low, the Viper, he gets taken out. There's no Luna to be able to respond back. And with that, the Radiant are going to look to go high ground again. This middle lane of Barris should be getting taken out. The sniper using his ultimate onto the Lich. Lich able to survive that, but after that,
GG
yeah,
call.
as
Yeah.
we thought, GG has been called. And what a great game coming out from Recreational Hazard, hitting their timing right on the mark, and then just absolutely destroying Team Potato.
Definitely. I mean, I think Team Potato had the right ideas at the start of the game, but they were just committing too many resources to get that sniper kill. I mean, it's not really all that worth it to keep on attempting to kill the sniper, because once in the laning phase, in the early on, when you have such low net worth, it doesn't really make sense to keep on killing someone who has no farm in the first place to begin with, right? You want to be able to shut down the heroes that are getting the farm. So they let the Spectre go unpunished, they let the Legion Commander go unpunished, and they focus all of their efforts on Shizzy. And I think that's been a pattern that we see in Pakistani Dota as well. You focus on, you know, the big guy, and it's usually always going to be Shizzy or it's going to be Aeon. So you focus on these guys and you hope to win the game, but you do have to realize that, you know, the teams that they're playing with, they're very competent and they're very competitive as well. And we saw, you know, a sort of multi-dimensional approach coming out from the team where everyone was playing together. Treant Protector was very successful in getting Recreational Hazard the vision that they needed, always able to spot out and anticipate a team fight before it starts. And because of that vision, Legion Commander was able to go in with those duels. They were able to protect Sniper in the later on, you know, Treant Protector and Lich protecting that Sniper, not allowing Sniper to get taken out by that Viper, by that Lone Druid. Lone Druid was not able to get that farm. They were forced to clump up together, but they took no towers. I think even towards the end, the tier 1 towers for the Radiant side were still standing. So definitely a very disastrous position to find yourself into the late game, as you were transitioning into the late game rather. And I think Dire side need to recondition their approach to accommodate for this.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely have to, especially seeing how the first game went down and how they were doing pretty well within the beginning, right? But I think we'll be heading towards a break right now, and after that, once we're back, we'll have a game number 2 for you guys as well. Hey
Hello.
everyone, we are back with the Dew Gamers Arena. Tala, what an exciting game number one happening between Recreational Hazards and Team Potato. Recreational Hazards able to edge their way out of game number one. And in the beginning, it was looking pretty competitive between both the teams, Tala, but then Recreational Hazards just having an overall better idea about what their win condition was and being able to execute that much better.
Definitely, I think it was quite the anticlimactic uh, mid to late game transition, because we saw Team Potato putting up quite a fight in the early game. We saw them effectively shutting down that sniper on the mid lane. We saw them taking quite a lot of good team fights. Even in the end, that Roshan fight that we saw, they did come out ahead. They managed to get that Aegis as well, but they ended up losing that Aegis. And we saw quite a good comeback come out from Recreational Hazard, because of the fact that Spectre wasn't really punished. Legion Commander was able to get those dual kills off, and Lone Druid, he really wasn't farming. I don't think he went for that Diffusal Blade in the first place. Definitely, in the meta, we see Diffusal Blade being one of the first items that you get. So we saw, quite a few mistakes, or I think lack of prioritization from Team Potato that really cost them the first game around. The good thing is, or the good news is that, they do have a sound strategy. And as far as team fights are concerned, they do have the right way to play around those things. I think perhaps hero composition wise, their draft was, they really went all into that mid game, save for that Luna. So I think they need to adjust for that quite a bit. I mean, if they're picking up a lone druid that needs to farm, then perhaps keep that lone druid into farming and not adjust him into the fights. If you really want to pick someone to join those early fights, and get something gets enabled with a blink dagger. But that was really game number one. Recreational Hazard, they're contending champions of Dew Gamers Arena, so definitely a powerhouse team coming right over there. The lineup is much the same as well, with Shizzy and Intellect. But will any team be able to counteract with them? It's one game up for Recreational Hazard. It is a best of three, so it can potentially go to a game three as well. Team Potato have that ability for a comeback, but they certainly have their work cut out for them.
Yes, and then on the other hand, something I also observed from Team Potato, right? We did not see itemization coming out from them to be able to deal with that duel or to deal with the right clicks of the sniper. I think maybe something like Heaven's Halberd would have been really nice against that lineup, right? Sure, the LC duels you, but then with an item like that, maybe you can sort of disable that duel, or maybe a Lincoln Spear coming out on uh, one of the other cores to sort of protect each other from the Legion Commander duel. We did not see any sort of that itemization come out, and even with how they were playing aggressively, right? You're absolutely right to point out the fact that that aggression did not translate to objectives being taken on the map. I think they're till the end of the game, Recreational Hazards, if I'm not wrong, they had a tier one up in the mid lane and in the top lane. So the Team Potato, they had a very good understanding of the game. They knew what they wanted to do, and they were executing that very nicely. But on the other hand, I think the overall understanding of the game, how it was going to flow and what sort of win condition that they had to hit, was just not something that was executed on as nicely by Team Potato. So Recreational Hazards, they did edge out on that first game. We're going to have the second game start very soon, and once that game starts, I think we might see somewhat of a similar draft coming out in terms of the bans that we're seeing. Uh, Everyone understands in the meta. It's been a while. We've had this meta. The TI has been played on this as well. So, we've seen what the professionals are picking. We've seen what the top tier pubs are doing right now, and the teams are looking to somewhat mimic that as well. So, in terms of the game, game number two, we do have high hopes that Team Potato, they're going to be able to come back, and we've seen that the mechanically the lanes went pretty evenly for both sides. Even the amount of pressure that they were able to put on to Shiraz in the mid lane on that sniper, killing him three times in a row or something like that, really showed that they have that mechanical advantage. They have that the ability to be able to execute mechanically to take the heroes out. But now we'll have to see if they're also able to have that, uh, over overarching idea of the game, understanding how to and who to target. Because you're absolutely right that when you have a powerhouse name like Shiraz in your team, right? He's one of those big names within the Pakistani community. Everyone's seen him, everyone's known him since like almost forever. So you can't really leave Shiraz up to his own, like just farming on the map everywhere. But at the same time, if there's a Legion commander and there is a Spectre that is going wild, so that's going to be an issue for you as well.
Definitely, I think certainly a lot of issues coming out from Potato Gaming that they really do need to fix. Farming issues, lack of prioritization. They didn't have the items as you mentioned, and I think in particular regarding the draft, picking up that lone druid, it's not really an overpowered hero, right? You do have a lot of
Yeah.
ways to play against it, and one of the ways you play against it is picking up that sniper. Sniper in that scenario it was such a good pick because you not only counteract the Viper's lane dominance. I mean, sure, he did get dominated in the lane. There's no doubt about that, but that was
Yeah.
definitely due to some of the mistakes that were made and some of the rotations that were coming out against him. But when you transition into the mid game to the late game, Sniper was nearly untouchable. The bear simply can't get close enough to him. You have so much CC, so much kiting ability, and in particular, without that harpoon, you don't have anything to close the gap really. So, Team Potato, they did try their best, but there were a lot of pieces in the puzzle missing for them, and we can really hope that they, do better next time. They need to really overhaul their strategy right from the drafting phase. We've discussed this quite a lot in the Dubai event that we're casting, and that is how important supports are in this meta. And we saw Recreational Hazard picking up that Grimstro, picking up that Tree and Protector, two of the strongest supports in the meta right now, and we saw just how well it worked out for them. Quite often, they were the difference makers in those team fights. Tree and Protector and Grimstro, without that Inkswell, Legion Commander couldn't get as many of those duels as he got. Without that Grimstroke, the lane wouldn't have gone as it did. Without that Tree and Protector, those team fights wouldn't have gone as they did, because more often than not, it came down to the vision that enabled Legion Commander to get those duels. It came down to the vision that enabled them to win those team fights, enabled Sniper to position himself the way that he did. And really, the dire side, they didn't have that, right? It felt like they were relying on the lone druid's bear to be the front line for them. But when you transition into the mid game, that bear isn't really as strong. In particular, when you have a Legion commander that has like 200 plus dual damage, right? What is the bear really going to do? An underfarm bear, in particular. And when you're playing against a Spectre, the lone druid has to be very careful, right? Because the bear needs to be a certain distance from the lone druid, close enough so that the bear's attacks are enabled. And Spectre's haunt works in a way that you can really haunt onto a target that you have vision of. So that essentially means anytime the lone druid bear is hitting anyone, Spectre has the ability to haunt onto the lone druid, right? So he can close that gap. And that really proved to be disastrous for them, because the lone druid, it seemed like Recreational Hazard weren't concerned at all about the damage output coming out from the bear. They were more really concerned with the Luna. Certainly the Luna manage to get that farm up, but Luna is not a hero that you can play against equally farmed cores. I would say Luna didn't even have a shard available. From what I saw, didn't really have that damage reduction up on him. So really, he fell to the duel so many times. He fell to those team fights so many times. Sniper was able to land those last hits without any sort of punishment. And as you mentioned, there was no halberd up on their team. There was nothing to stop the damage from being dished out. Perhaps a halberd, you halberd up the Legion commander, disable him from his attacks. You can halberd the Spectre as well, because he'll be haunting into the team fight. You can even you get a halberd up on the bear as well, and then you can halberd the Sniper as well. You get a harpoon and a halberd, and then you can disable his auto attacks as well. But Recreation Hazard towards the mid game, they got everything that they really wanted. So the laning phase certainly didn't work out for them, but the rest of the game certainly did. And now we're going to dive right into the drafts. We're going to see how Team Potato will choose to adjust, and it seems like they're content banning Mortal like last time.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Potato ends up adjusting. I think that both the teams had a really good ideas going into the laning phase, and just with how they picked up the heroes. So I wouldn't say there was much wrong when it came to that, but yeah, I think it sort of fell apart for Potato in terms of execution. Right now, standard bans coming out. You don't want to be playing against that Dazzle or that Baratham, and on the other hand, the Morta getting banned out as well. Really annoying hero to deal with on that position 4, and then also one of those position 4s that can easily transition into a core hero as well if you've got that farm going on. So everything standard coming out here. We have the next ban for Recreational Hazard. Let's see what they don't want to be playing against, and what they're going to look to take off from the table.
Team Potato, they did ban up that Gene Protector, certainly fearing some of the vision and what Recreational Hazard are able to do with that vision. Meanwhile, Nature's Prophet and Chaos Knight, I think they're the same bans that Recreational Hazard went for the first time around. They're the same bans we've been seeing for ages in this meta, or rather in this patch. And I think that's going to be something interesting to see, Ali, because these semifinals, they're happening today on Saturday, and on Monday we get a new patch. So the finals are going to be played on a completely different patch. So, whoever goes forward, they're not going to have, as much time to prepare, because it really takes quite a bit of time for, the top tier pubs or the competitive scene to match up to the patch and figure out what works. But Team Potato, they're going to go for a Kunkka, and if I remember correctly, Recreational Hazard had banned this in the previous game.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, then I think they definitely banned the Kunkka, and they want to play against that. And I think TA was something that Potato ended up banning. But we know Shiraz is really, really good on this hero, and TA is somewhat of a really strong hero in the current patch as well. So both the teams flexing their what should be mid laners in the start of the drafting phase. So that's some confidence being exhibited from both of the teams. So it'll be interesting to see what they end up picking up next.
Yeah, and
a ban coming out.
in the laning phase, Templar Assassin definitely comes out ahead, because you can't really use that Tidebringer against the Templar Assassin with that refraction. But later on, when Kunkka gets those levels, that Torrent does very well against the Templar Assassin, because the Torrent essentially is damage over time, so your refraction charges goes down in less than a half a second. So that's going to be interesting to see how Templar Assassin plays against it. If experience is anything to go by, like you mentioned, Templar Assassin, one of Shizzy's favorite heroes, so he might be able to dominate the lane in such a way that Kunkka never actually gets off the start that they need. The current build for Kunkka, something like a Blade Mail, which again does not work against Templar Assassin all that well, thanks to those refraction charges, and then later on a Scepter, which is definitely one of the stronger abilities in the game right now, in the patch right now. But we're just going to have to see the rest of the composition to see how Team Potato actually center or play with Kunkka's Scepter ability.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see if they're able to match up with that Kunkka Scepter, and the sort of chaos that Scepter brings into a team fight is just very hard to play into. Could be hard to play into on the side of Recreational Hazard. And Potato is probably going to look to leverage that to the best of their ability. With the second hero coming out being a Tusk, I'd say a very reliable support. He has that save potential in the form of a snowball as well, and that snowball can be used as an initiator as well. So that sort of that duality coming out in terms of what that ability does and what can be done there. On the other hand, we should be. Yeah.
And I think Tuskar is one of those heroes that can be played just about on any role. Really, you can go for that core Tuskar, although I personally would not advise it in the competitive scene. But Tuskar has one of the strongest Scepter abilities in the game. With that Walrus kick, you just simply kick someone into your team, and with Templar Assassin, the damage output that Templar Assassin is able to deal, you can take potentially one hero out very easily.
And with that kick that you were mentioning, Kala, with the Axe upgrade, right? It also makes very hard to go into that lineup in the high ground, right? Because even if you have an advantage, the Tuskar will blink in inevitably and kick you out of from the low ground into his own team. So at that point, it just really becomes very hard to be able to go high ground. On the other hand, sticking to their guns is Team Potato, picking up the Lich for their side. Uh, Great pick, right?
Yeah.
All of the things that we said about the Lich previously in the last game, they're still true. Great position 5, providing a
10
lot of
seconds
control.
remaining.
It's really adds to the
5 seconds
survivability of his
remaining.
carry in the lane as well. So, yeah, no surprises there with the Lich coming out.
Yeah,
Let's see what else do they pick.
the more DPS or damage overtime abilities that you have, the better, the easier it is to deal with that Templar Assassin, right? So definitely you want to be picking multiple heroes that do damage over time. And as you mentioned, the save ability that the Lich has will definitely help from that Tuskar. And obviously, if you have enough vision, you can stop the Tuskar from actually getting off that Walrus kick. If you pre-click that drag, if you pre-click the Sinister Gaze, then Tuskar won't be able to drag your hero back the way that is expected.
Yeah, so they do get that, interrupt for the Tusk in the form of Sinister Gaze from the Lich. But the next hero being picked is going to be the Phoenix. So another, attack speed slow coming out from the Phoenix. So that should be stopping the Templar Assassin from getting those hits off. And then the Phoenix using her ultimate, the egg is something that the TA will have to sort of take care of. And the TA, she does dish out, damage in the form of right clicks, but the DPS isn't exactly as high in terms of, damage. There are certain right clicks with the meld that do a lot of damage, but the Phoenix doesn't really tend to care for that. So it's going to be the amount of clicks that you can get in on that egg. So it looks like a well-rounded draft for Team Potato coming out up till now. And we'll have to see how Recreational Hazards, like you mentioned, the running champions of Dew Game Arena, how do they end up responding to this?
I think a troll warlord pick would be pretty good over here. We've seen just how capable a troll warlord is able to deal in certain scenarios, particularly against the Phoenix. But I think Recreational Hazard, the same way that they were able to protect Shizzy when he was playing the sniper, they should be running this similar setup over here, because the damage over time for Team Potato is very, very high. So in any scenario where Templar Assassin gets stuck in, the refraction won't be helping him out at all. And if Phoenix is able to get off his egg plus the Kunkka's scepter, a bit of just a wave of torrents, or a stream of torrents rather, then that's going to be a disastrous team fight. So Team Potato's team fight ability is very, very strong. Meanwhile, Recreational's pick-off ability is pretty strong as well. And as you mentioned, Templar Assassin, can get a lot of damage off with that meld, but can't really, with the damage reduction that Lich is able to give, and Phoenix always able to pop the egg, Templar Assassin has to be careful when they choose to initiate. And I think this is why they've chosen to go for that Faceless Void. But it's always a bit of it's always interesting to see the Chrono being used versus a lineup which has a Phoenix, because when you use the Chrono, the Phoenix can also choose to open up with the egg, and also the Phoenix can use the fire spears on the Chrono target, whoever Faceless Void is going on. So really the Chrono only becomes useful when you have that BKB up. So definitely we're going to see how it works out for them. We do see a Weaver being picked up. I do believe this is a support Weaver. Should not be going on the offlane, because Recreational Hazard does not have any frontline or any sort of hero that can sustain a lot of damage, which is what they really need right now.
Yeah, and I was thinking about Snapfire for Recreational Hazard's lineup as well, but usually a hero that we end up seeing on that support position, although I have seen it being played as a core as well, but I think they're not really lacking firepower on Recreational Hazard side, right? And then a Spectre being picked by Potato, so that is an interesting pick, I would say. Depending on how the Void's game is going and how the Spectre's game is going, sometimes the Void can kill the Spectre within the Chrono, but I think in terms of the lineup that Potato has, they have a
5
lot of ways
seconds
to be able
remaining.
to protect that hero within the chrono, right? You have Kunkka, you have Lich, Phoenix. So almost all of these heroes have abilities that can protect a hero within the chrono or sort of interrupt the Fistus Void from being able to
Radiant
hit
team
that
back.
target. So this is a really interesting setup happening here. Banning out the Huskar on Recreational Hazard, yeah, not a hero that the Templar Assassin is really fond of playing against. The DOT damage from Huskar
Team
can
back.
cause a lot of problems for them. And then finally, they end up banning off that Doom. So on the other hand, Team Potato,
Yeah,
they
they really do
yeah.
not want anyone to challenge that Templar Assassin. It does seem like a lineup that's focused
10
on Templar
seconds
Assassin
remaining.
building up the tempo for the Fiercest Void to take over. And meanwhile, Team
Yeah.
Potato, they're
5 seconds
really going
remaining.
all in with that team fight ability. And certainly with the Spectre pick, they'd have a certain amount of pick off ability as well, because with the Kunkka, with
Dire
any
teams
hero that you X Mark and Torrent and Ghost Ship, the Ghost Ship combination, Spectre can choose to haunt in and finish the hero off. So definitely a good pick over there. But we're really going to have to see what they choose to close it off for all of this, because that's really what I'm interested in seeing. Recreational Hazard, like what do they do, right?
10
What kind
seconds
of hero do
remaining.
they go with? In my opinion, they really need an initiator, right? Even
5
Tuskar's
seconds
Scepter
remaining.
scenario is quite a ways off. I would suggest that they get some sort of
Radiant
hero
team
with
pick.
a Blink Dagger ability, perhaps a Centaur War Runner,
Uh,
and actually it's going to be Team Potato who choose to go for, again, more input
Choose your
into
hero.
the damage over time ability, more input into that lasso. I think the idea for them is they're going to continue to just try and shut down Shizzy. And meanwhile, Recreational Hazard, they certainly have gotten that initiation. It's not a Blink Dagger exactly, but the Primal Beast can come in quite quickly into the team fight, and a hero that does quite well against the Spectre, I would say.
Yeah, so the lineup has been locked in for both of the teams. Recreational Hazard, Tala, you were talking about that initiator, and they have decided to go for that in the form of a primal beast. And on the other hand, the Bat Rider coming out on that, but what should be that? Okay, no, so I think Popo the Turtle was on the mid lane, right? So Kunkka is going to be that mid hero versus the Templar Assassin, but then the bounty.
I think it was you were talking about the Viper's nickname being Divine Two AFK.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think
Oh,
it's
okay,
the
okay.
Bat Rider against the Templar Assassin. Definitely Bat Rider, with those napalm charges and with that Firefly, does very well against the Templar Assassin. But the
Prepare
Radiant
for
side have
battle.
a lot of I would say counter initiation to the Bat Rider, but it's not very effective, because the Bat Rider can essentially fly out of the ice shards, so you really have to be careful, and you don't have a lot of save mechanics in the early game for Shizzy over here. But if it's a scenario like last time where you constantly pick Shizzy off and you let the Faceless Void farm up as much as he wants, then that's going to be another scenario, or that's going to be a repeat scenario of it not really working out for them.
Yeah, so they definitely don't want to be doing that, and then
Take it.
Recreational Hazards getting that early, small win in the mid lane, being able to deward the mid ward for the dire side. So they're off to a decent
30
start here.
seconds to battle.
We could see a minute one brawl coming out onto those bounty runes towards the bottom as well. But at the same time, I'd say that okay, so the Tuskar has gotten caught out. He is falling low, and he should be taken out here. On the other hand, the Phoenix has fallen pretty low as well. The Primal Beast right on top of her, but then the Primal Beast, now he's sort of stuck within 5 heroes on the dire side as well. So getting taken out, but it should be a return kill onto the Phoenix as well. Although with that
Yeah,
10
that's
second
a dead Weaver.
cooldown on that sushi, that Weaver is going to die as well. So a 3-for-1 trade going into the favor of Team Potato, and they're able to get some runes going for themselves as well. So Team Potato, they're off to that a great start in this second game from the best of 3. This is a must-win game for them, or Recreational Hazard are going to go into the finals.
Definitely a very good early start for them, getting those 3 kills, only losing out one, and they lost the Phoenix, right? Not really an important hero, and instantly we see the Bat Rider enabling that Firefly, pushing Shizzy out. No CS up on the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, that she hadn't not gotten any CS from the lane, and now she's up to 2. So getting some at least from the start, but Mr. Shehzada is who we're going to have to look out for. Stellar performance on that Legion command in the last game as well, and now going on that Primal Beast. So sort of similar heroes in the sense that they go in, they initiate, and they cause a lot of mayhem. But let's see how he's able to perform. And now in the support, in the safe lane rather, it's Spectre is on Team Potato, so they'll have to, set up that game for Spectre. So let's see how good of a job do they do there. Spectre, she is pretty low on her HP right now, but not in any immediate danger.
Yeah, I think when Primal Beast gets some levels up, Spectre is going to really have to be playing careful. But meanwhile, on the bot lane, you have the Tuskar plus the Faceless Void. Not really a lane where you can do much against the Kunkka. So Kunkka should be having a very good time up here. And Faceless Void, not so much against that Phoenix.
Yeah, the Void is level 2. Not going as bad for him right now, but 5 last hits through the 6 of Kunkka. But the Primal Beast is having a great time in that top lane. He's able to take out the Spectre, and he's topping the charts in terms of last hits right now. And the Lich should be going down here to the Weaver. So that's not a great start for the safe lane.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it might just happen repeatedly because the kill potential on that top lane is just so high with that Weaver and with that Primal Beast that literally can't do anything. Potential. Oh, and the Batrider is going to fall. This is a complete turnaround from the last game where we saw Shizzy being bullied up on that sniper, but now it's the Batrider who's going to get ganked on. And meanwhile, on the bot lane, Sadman is going to go on the Faceless Void. He really wants that Lotus, but it's going to go towards the Phoenix. And Mr. Pain, yeah, I think I was trying to think of another pun, but it didn't come quick enough.
It's okay, Salah. You keep thinking of those puns, and I'll definitely be here waiting for you to deliver on those. But yeah, on the top lane, that Lich and the Lich and Spectre lane isn't really looking all that good right now. The Weaver is able to sort of roam freely in that lane, cause as much chaos as he wants, and look at that. The Primal Beast coming back in, and these are two heroes that just came back to the lane, and look at their HPs right now. Yeah, with the stab coming up to be able to get back up, and then this is just not a good sign in the top lane. But you're talking about that kill potential. That kill potential is really showing in the form of the HP that the dire side has up there.
Yeah, and Batrider is going to have to be very careful over here because he might just fall down to last HP. And Shiraz, he's not doing all that well either, but there's no kill potential on Shiraz right now. But meanwhile, on that top lane, Lich falling very low, and the Weaver actually falling very low as well. But there's no kill potential on the Weaver. He has the Sakuchi up and ready, and he's just going to use it to back away. Sentry ward placed, but not enough time for that. And he also has that Lotus, so no kill potential for Team Potato. Meanwhile, actually, Batrider is on a lot of trouble, but does have that Firefly. But he's going to turn it around onto Tuskar, and Tuskar will be falling over here. The Blood Grenade used, but Shizzy has to be very careful because he can't use that refraction. The Firefly is going to wear out, but just in the nick of time as Batrider does manage to get away.
Yeah, this great gameplay coming out from the Batrider, playing within his limits and just surviving on that 1 HP as we saw earlier against the Templar Assassin, and then still deciding to stick around, not lose out on that experience that he wanted here. And with one rotation coming in, this could be dangerous for the TA, and that's what happens. The Phoenix is here. Batrider, he does have all of his spells up. If he can land that ability, but then the Tusk is here as well, and then the Tusk doing quick work. Phoenix is going to get that kill on Shiraz, and the Tusk is going to try to trade that out. Should be able to get that Phoenix, and the Phoenix surviving with that Lotus spell. Now Batrider coming back in, and Team Potato they're once again off to a great start on that mid lane.
Yeah, definitely off to a very good start, but We see Faceless Void struggling so much on this bot lane. Only 12 CS against the Kunkka's 28 CS. Kunkka has 15 denies. Kunkka has more denies than Faceless Void has CS.
Yeah. Wow.
And we're gonna see Spectre
That's probably why the
being gone on as
Void
well.
CS is a little low as well, right?
He's gonna fall pretty quickly as well. And Shiraz is going to get a kill on to the Phoenix. Another failed rotation by the dire side, and Team Potato, just as we thought they were gaining back the momentum for their side, it shifts towards the other side's favor. In the other side's favor.
Yeah, so the Bounty Hunter going the way of the Weaver as well. So the Weaver is definitely doing some work. The Primal Beast did win that lane in the top side, and I think very cognizant of, very similar to what happened in the last game. The carry for the Team Potato has to sort of retreat back into the jungle, and that's what's happening. There are 3 heroes from the Radiant side pressuring that top lane. The Dire really have to respond to this aggression, or they're, the Spectre is not that kind of hero that has an easy time recovering from the jungle, but she's definitely going to be participating into the kills with that haunt, but she has to be given that opportunity first.
Yeah, and we're already seeing a 2k net worth lead coming out for the Radiant side for Recreational Hazard. And meanwhile, on the bot lane, they're going to go on the Faceless Void. They're going to actually get him as well. But as meanwhile, on the mid lane, trying to go on to the Batrider, but not really going to be successful. Weaver has chosen to rotate in, and Primal Beast is going to be free farming on that top lane. So things aren't really going, the rotations there aren't really being favored by either side, but it's the safe lanes that I'm more concerned about, because both of these safe lanes are really struggling, the Spectre and the Faceless Void. But meanwhile, we're going to see another kill. The Batrider is going to use his ultimate, but he is going to fall towards from that assassin, and Lich, he's in a pickle right now, as he will fall. The trap being set out, and a Melt Strike going to finish the job.
Sullivan, she is on that Templar assassin against you. You really have to be worried, and I think Potato is definitely worried at this point. Now, something that we saw pretty similar to last game, the Kunkka from that offlaner, or the set offlaner has to rotate in. They were able to take out the Spectre in the meanwhile as well, but Kunkka coming in, he just uses his ultimate, he's not even able to get that kill onto the Weaver, and he has to go back to farming, because he's just the only core on the side of Potato that is doing as good as the cores on the side of Recreational Hazard, so he just does not want to lose that lead right now.
Yeah, and with both of the cores struggling, both of the carries struggling on an X mark used, but it's going to be dodged by the snowball. The Chrono comes out as well and catches Kunkka as well, just at the edge of it. But Kunkka, he has too much HP and it's not going to be falling anytime soon. Now Phoenix goes in, launches the egg, and the Faceless Void is going to be forced to TP out. But that's an expended Chrono, and they did not gain anything of it. They did also rotate in the Tuskar, rotated in 2 players, but that's not going to work out at all. And as I was mentioning, with both of the safe lane carries struggling for both of the teams, it's Recreational Hazard who actually comes out on top, because Shizzy, he's actually doing very well up on this mid lane. 60 CS in 9 minutes for him. He has also 3 kills to his name. The mid lane tower is also falling, but now they're going to rotate onto Shizzy, lassoed off the Phoenix. He has a damager. He can't use any refraction upon him. He's going to try and Melt Strike, but that's not going to do anything, as he too will fall. And now the Primal Beast is in there, going to try and get a return kill onto the Batrider, going to use his pound, and that's going to be a dead Batrider. But now Kunkka's here with that X mark, the Ghost Ship available as well. That's going to be targeted up, and that's going to be a dead Primal Beast. So good rotation,
it should be a dead
but
Primal Beast any second now. They're able to take him out with the Weaver. He's already here, and he's causing some issues for the Dire side. The amount of vision that he has providing, and then with the Tusk combining, this might be a little hard for them to survive here, but they do. The Tusk has to be careful that he can survive here, but with the haste being on him, but then the Urn charge as well, and the Spectre rotating in, she's able to get her first kill. So this is sort of the difference between the two safe lanes going horribly, right? The Spectre has a comeback mechanic in her ultimate, but the Faceless Void doesn't really have that. And then going on to Shizzy again, he is burning, and he does get burnt once again. So some recovery coming out for Team Potato. They really wanted that kill on Shizzy, and they were able to secure that.
Yeah, and that's a dieback for, or not a dieback, but rather Shizzy will not have a teleport, so he will have to walk into the lane. But he has a lot of net worth
Dyer's
to
bottom
his
tower is
name.
under attack.
Is farming up that Desolator, and once that Desolator comes online, it's going to be a bit dangerous for Team Potato. But meanwhile, another rotation, a battle of the supports rather, but for the Phoenix with having that egg is not going to prove to be useful at all, and the stun comes out just as the snowball hits, and that's going to be a dead Tuskar, and Weaver, he is going to time-lapse out of there.
Yeah, we were looking at what was going to happen. Decided to let Tusk take that one on his own. So surviving there and getting out of there, and at this point, the way the game set up, it is pretty close. There is only a 1k gold difference between both of the sides. But I'd say that Team Potato, they're doing pretty better this time around in terms of the macro objectives on the map, and just an overall sense of how they need to play the game and what they need to do. We've seen that Kunkka's off to a great start. He's continuing to keep up in form with the rest of the heroes, and he's also rotating in at this point and helping his team get some space on the map.
Yeah, and he's almost done with his Blade Mail, just the recipe waiting for him now. But meanwhile, on the top lane, they're actually going to go in on towards the Spectre. The Primal Beast has been charged in, and there's the bound that comes off. The Kunkka does reveal his ghost ship right now, and Weaver he might just fall over here. And Spectre, he is oh, what a brilliant time! Will it be enough? No, it won't, as he too will fall. And now Primal Beast is in a lot of trouble, and against that Kunkka just has nowhere to run, because there is going to be the X mount is coming out. There it is, and the torrent is going to come off as well, and that's a dead Primal Beast. Spectre surviving just in the nick of it, thanks to those 4 teleports that came in for their team. But the cost of it will be the tier 1 tower. But you know, if the idea is to save the Spectre, then that's definitely worth it for Team Potato. And meanwhile, you know, for Recreational Hazard, their Faceless Void, he is coming back up. He is managing to get that free farm, and now the Triangle is in control of Recreational Hazard as well.
Yeah, Recreational Hazard, they were able to take control of Dyer's Triangle, but now with the heroes coming in and that ultimate coming out from the mid, proved to be disastrous for the side of Recreational Hazard. They're going on to the Kunkka, and that was a very important kill they were able to secure in return. But with the Tia and the Tusk being taken out, Team Potato, they're definitely going to be very happy with that exchange coming out in the bottom. And the Spectre, we're seeing her get involved into the kills as well. With the Faceless Void, he's making a much better comeback into the game. The Spectre is a little behind in terms of net worth and currently overall CS.
Yeah,
the game. Yeah.
Batrider, he has 2,500 gold, so he can choose to, you know, either go for that Blink Dagger or that Force Off. I think he should be going for that Blink Dagger. You know, just Blink Dagger onto the Templar Assassin and catch him out, and you have a very good chance to killing him, because you have a lot of heroes that can close the gap, right? You have a Phoenix that can dive in. You have a Kunkka, and Kunkka's cost range for his abilities is actually pretty high, you know, with that Ghost Ship and with that Torrent. So in a scenario where Batrider blinks in onto the Templar Assassin before, you know, there's no BKB available, there's no Lincoln Sphere up on him, so that's going to be a dead Shizzy in, you know, in a very short interval. And I think they do see him. Yeah, he is fired out, and that's going to be the blink in by the Batrider. Spectre is going to haunt in as well, and Shizzy, he's in a lot of trouble. Does manage to get a Melt Strike off onto the Batrider, but Batrider in the end didn't even need to use his lasso.
Yeah, they're able to get that, and they're able to secure that kill just without that lasso, and that Kunkka X Smart mechanic being able to send heroes back to the base so that they can get their HP up. But Void, he currently does not have that ultimate. But there's something we're seeing from the side of the Dire. They are initiating onto the Spectre. The Spectre is able to open up her Blade Mail, but that's not going to be able to do her much good, because these heroes are going to be able to take her out, but they are on very low HP right now. The Lich showing up, and they're going to be able to get that return kill onto Primal Beast as well, which is going to, not feel all that bad. But we're seeing this from Potato Gaming once again. All of the
Radiant's
tier 1
bottom
towers
tower
on the
is
side of
under
Radiant
attack.
are still up. They need to start going for for those objectives, or else all of this 4 leaves, if it's not translating into objectives, then it's going to be useless for them.
Definitely, and it's kind of a repeat of last game that we saw, right? Both the tier 1 towers of the mid lane and the top lane were standing, and this time around the tier 1 tower of the bot lane is standing as well. And it's more concerning this time around because their heroes, they're not particularly good at taking towers, last time around they still had the Viper.
Lone
I don't
Druid,
believe that they got the shard, and exactly the Lone Druid Bear, additional tower damage, siege damage for the bear as well, and yet they did not take those
Dire's
objectives. And
middle
even in
tower
this game
is under
around, they're
attack.
more focused on getting those rotations, which, don't get me wrong, they're certainly very useful, and they're actually certainly needed, particularly when you have a Batrider, you have a Spectre that's farming, and you have a Kunkka that's almost that's on his way to getting that scepter, but you need those objectives like you mentioned. And Duskar going to get lassoed up, and that's going to be a quick kill on towards the support, and actually a Haunt being suspended.
Yeah, they were going on to the Void and the bottom lane as well. They're able to get that kill, and at the same time, Shizzy is melting to that Sunray,
Radiant's
but
bottom
they do
tower-
not
Radiant's
have
bottom
reach
tower
for
has
him to be
fallen.
able to dive into that tower. But yeah, so finally, I think Potato Gaming, they're able to get that tier 1 on the bottom side as well, and on the mid side as well, they should be able to get that tower as well. They're not deciding to pressure it any further right now, although they did push Shizzy onto some very low HP over there, so I'm not sure why there isn't more aggression towards that mid side.
Radiant's
Weaver,
bottom
he gets
tower is
taken
under
out, he
attack.
was getting a little cheeky with the heroes on that side, but then Team Potato, they're coming in. That Primal Beast looks like he was in trouble. He should survive, and they should turn their focus onto the Tuskar as well. So Potato, they've gotten some great wins consecutively, but they're not able to translate that into building damage.
Yeah, and Batrider, I mean, unstoppable streak for him. Definitely a very good start. And if this is the way things are going, if he gets up that Hex, then it's going to be potentially disastrous for them. Shizzy struggling quite a bit, even though he has the highest last hits, he has that Desolator up, but he really needs that Blink Dagger, and he really needs that Black King Bar before he's able to do anything in this game. Faceless Void does have quite a bit of farm, but still a ways off. And right now, what we're seeing is, Team Potato's time to shine. This is when their lineup is the strongest. Kunkka, he almost has a scepter, so once he gets that 700 gold, which he needs, it's go time for them. Batrider has everything that he needs, and really, Team Potato, this is when they should be going for those objectives, and I do not think that they realize that there's a Roshan attempt that's happening.
Yeah, and with the lineup that Recreational Hazard has, right, with the Desto, with the armor reduction from the Weaver coming out, and from the Tuskar, it makes sense that they're going for the Roshan, but do Potato know about this, or are they even suspecting this? It looks like they weren't, and that's why their Recreational Hazard is able to pick up Rosh quite easily. But at least they're farming right now, keeping up with the side of Recreational Hazard as well. So with that, Rosh, Tala, what do you think Recreational Hazard is looking to do within the next 5 minutes? Are they just trying to get more map control? Are they trying to get
Radiant's
more
bottom
farm
tower
onto
is
their
under
cores?
attack.
What's
I
the
think
objective of this age?
I think it's more farm, because the Aegis at this stage doesn't really do anything for them. In particular, Shizzy has no way to close the gap because he doesn't have that Blink Dagger yet. Shore is very close, and he can utilize a few minutes of that Aegis with that Blink Dagger to get those rotations. But he just melts so quickly right now that an Aegis on him is more protective rather than anything else.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, so it's more of a deterrent, right? For
Yeah.
so that the Potato heroes don't target Shizzy in team fights, and he can survive long enough to be able to get some damage out. But speaking of getting damage out, the Faceless Void is still trying to play catch up in terms of this game, and like we saw, the Faceless Void, it's not an easy game for the Faceless Void. There are just so many abilities on the side of Potato to be able to disrupt that Chrono initiation, to be able to disrupt the target in the Faceless Void effect. Go on.
And
On the other
Primal
hand,
Beast, he has a BKB ready up, and that's a big one because the majority of Team Potato's damage right now is magical in nature. So that BKB, your frontliner having that blacking bar up is going to certainly be useful in some of these upcoming team
Radiant's
fights. And
middle
now
tower
Team
is under attack.
Potato, they are going to go towards that mid tower, and thank God for this because they really need to focus on some of these objectives.
yeah, and it's interesting that they're choosing to do this right when Recreational Hazard has that edges up, but I guess it's probably because the Kunkka was able to get his Aghanim Scepter as well. But Team Recreational Hazard, they are deciding to respond to this. The teleportations have come out, but the Phoenix has been caught out. He's going to use the egg. I don't think he's going to be given the chance to do so. And at the same time, Team Recreational Hazard using that smoke, realizing they have that edges to invade into the jungle of Potato, but they're
Yeah,
not going to
and
be able to
there's
catch
Big
it.
Dagger up
Dire's
as well.
middle tower is under attack.
Up on
Yeah,
the Templar Assassin. The Faceless Void has enough farm that he can catch someone in the Chrono as well. So their lineup is actually coming online right now, and it's coming online pretty fast. And Team Potato, they really need to make something happen of this. Perhaps they're waiting out the Aegis, but if they're doing that, then the idea shouldn't be to clump up together. And we're going to have to see what Spectre's role in all of this is because he's been farming for the past 5 minutes now, and we might actually see an engagement come out.
yeah, they see the Void, but the Void isn't that far away from his team, and he does have a shield rune on him as well. He gets caught, the ultimates are used, but then he's able to get that time walk off. The second still deciding to go in for him. That was not the best option there, but then those are the destructions coming out. The egg being used on the backside of the fight as well. Now, Team Recreational Hazard, the idea is to sort of disengage. That save coming out for Shizzy, and then that snowball catching every zero on its way there. The gets taken out right away as well. Now the Spectre, she has to run away to save herself, and now Shizzy is dominating. He's got a triple kill as well. The Kunkka will be taken out by the Faceless Void, and they're diving into the tier 4, into the base of Potato for that Spectre. So they're able to get that. Sure, the Aegis does get expended, but they're not really very worried about that because that's going to lead to a tier 2 tower falling as well.
Yeah, a full team wipe coming out for Team Potato. They recognized their timing, and it was a very lackluster fight from Team Potato because they didn't use the egg properly. The Lich simply wasn't able to do anything because simply caught out in that position. No Frost Chain available for him. Batrider did manage to use that lasso, but they weren't able to close the deal onto the Faceless Void, and that really cost them because he got that Chrono off, and he got that Chrono off onto the Spectre, who then just died. And pretty disastrous in my opinion, because as we were mentioning, the tier 1 tower on the mid lane, it's still standing.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I think that's what they're going to go for here as well. But yeah, Tala, just the idea of going on that Faceless Void, especially when the rest of his team was so close, that did have an Aegis going for themselves as well, was just pretty questionable. So the initiation coming out onto that mid lane as well, jumping up. They've gotten the Templar Assassin, and this time it's going to be much harder for the tier to be able to run it, but she's gotten her BKB as well. The BKB sure is going to protect from some of that magical damage, but the Tuskar going right next to her, and they are going to jump onto that Phoenix, which is going to give Templar just enough time to be able to run away with her BKB. But she gets caught out by Napalm Strike, and now fight, it's all chaos. The egg gets used as well. They're going to be able to get that Faceless Void as well. He's just managed to get himself some more time to survive. Another time walk is up. If they're able to get that dagger onto him, there might be some chance to kill him. Yeah, they do get the X mark spot onto the Faceless Void, but he's able to turn the fight around. He uses the Chrono, and that Chrono might just be enough. No, it turns out not to be, but the rest of his team is showing up to be able to clean up here. Dire side, they're all very low on HP. The snowball gets used, the Spectre will be taken out, so will be the Kunkka and the Lich. He thought that he was going to be the boy who lived, but he's not. So another team wipe coming out on the side of Dire.
Yeah, and it's all it's all looking a bit grim for Team Potato because they had their intentions were in the right place and they didn't manage to get the initiation off onto Templar Assassin, but they weren't able to close it off on him. You know, DA had the BKB up, did manage to buy enough time to get that Tuskar coming in with that snowball, and with that snowball, the TA was able to blink out after that duration. And after he blinked out, it was simply the fight was simply lost for Team Potato. And sure, they managed to get the Faceless Void as well, but that chrono bought them so much time for the rest of the team to come up and clean the rest of Team Potato up. And now the tides are completely turned for them. And now Spectre, he's going to be gone on the Scepter available for Mr. Shahzada, and he will be able to get. Oh no, rather he activates his BKB.
Yeah, I think he activated his BKB in the base. Yeah, that's what it did.
Oh,
Yeah, and I think there's a Lincoln Sphere on the Void now, so not expecting that early. Not early exactly, but not expecting that Lincoln Sphere. If this is Void, he's able to survive as well. And Talab, you were talking about how Tusk has the ability to save these heroes with Snowball, and that's exactly what he is doing. 12k gold lead up for Recreational Hazards, and this is exactly like what we saw in the last game as well. At this point into the game, there's just something about Team Potato, they just sort of lose the coherence. They sort of lose their general idea about the game as well, and it starts to go away from them. We can see in the top 3 heroes on the network chart, right? These are all Radiant heroes, and after that are 2 heroes, and then Spectre is almost down below with the rest of the supports as well. So things aren't looking very good for Team Potato right now. The Spectre, she's starved for Crash, she's starved for gold right now. The experience isn't that great on her either. So she really has to up her game now.
yeah, and the Lincoln Sphere being expended, that was actually a disaster. But another team fight coming out for Recreational Hazard over here. Faces Void, brilliant Chronosphere, manages to take 2 out, and that's going to be 2 dead for Team Potato. And they might not be done because they are going to go on the Templar Assassin. He doesn't have his BKB up, 5 seconds up, and he won't have enough time to use that. So 2 for 2 trade, but Recreational Hazard does lose out on that because they do manage to lose the Templar Assassin. But the advantage that they have received, 14k net worth lead up for them.
Yeah, they do have a 14k network goals lead, and I think Potato has to up their game right now because it's looking pretty difficult. They were able to get that kill onto Shiraz, but now right back onto the map is like after they're able to get that kill, the team is just not able to combine together, and that was a position for Weaver taking out the mid laner for Potato. So as you can see that things aren't looking all that good for them, and the time that the Primal Beast is just making life miserable for Tinka at the moment. You're able to create some space from the Tinka. The Primal Beast should be going down any moment now, and they're able to punish the Tinka finally. So that's something good looking for Potato. But look at that Weaver, Salah. That's a position form where he still has his ultimate. Not going to get a chance to use that, but he's creating so much space right now for his team.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And with that, we're pretty close to hitting that 30-minute mark within the game as well. And so the comeback mechanic for Team Potato, it is there in terms of the heroes that they have, in terms of what they need to do, but it's just all about execution now. But something that is of a big concern right now is that Weaver, who's able to edge the Batrider out, that position for Weaver that is right now above the Batrider in terms of net worth.
Yeah, definitely. Team Potato, they are coming back into the game slowly, managing to get these kills, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough because sure they do have a Spectre, but Spectre isn't the same Spectre as the hero was a few patches ago, where you have this ultra dominance from a very late game Spectre, capable to rival the likes of a Medusa or an anti-mage or a Phantom Lancer. But Spectre now is more of a mid-game hero, and certainly Batrider can become very powerful, has that Octarine core up, but the late game potential from Recreation Hazard is a lot more. And now we're going to see another team fight. The egg being expended as well. And now Faces Void does come in, does clean up the egg. PKB being used by Shehzada, and that's going to be Recreation Hazard running with their tail between their legs. Nice cross chase, actually, but not going to find anyone. And this is the problem, Ali. It's the fact that Recreation Hazard's teamfight ability is just too overwhelming for Team Potato. Sure, Team Potato's pick-off ability is quite strong, so we see them getting these 2 kills every now and then, but that doesn't translate into anything, right? No objective potential from their side at all. Tier 1 tower at top is still standing. The mid Tier 1 tower fell such a long time ago that this lead, this 18,000 net worth lead, it's only going to keep on increasing.
Yeah, I do not see how Potato is going to be able to bridge the gap that they have in terms of the lead right now. And with the Void, he's just going to be getting fatter and fatter. He's going to hit that critical mass, which is a little down the line for him. While Shizzy, he's sort of already there, right? He has that 20k network lead, and they fought this poor Spectre. They're going to try to take her out. They might not be able to do so in the corner. The fact that the Primal Beast is able to join in, and they are able to do that. Primal Beast, he eats that speed. And now the Faces Void keeps hitting on to that Funka. He does have that Aegis, so the Faces Void is not really worried about being low HP. In the back side, they are able to catch that Batrider was trying to escape, and the Funka is just going to show up just to clean the rest of these heroes out. The Funka gets taken out. The Lich is just a hero who's trying to survive. He's just a poor boy. Please let him live. And the answer is going to be no.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a high ground push coming out from the side of Recreational Hazard, or rather they're going to go farm the junk. No, I believe they're still going to go for those tier 2s. Aegis was expended, but they didn't lose a single hero, and now it's a 23 net worth lead. Faceless Void has his Mjolnir ready up, Templar Assassin has a lot of farm, and Primal Beast should have his heart as well. So it's a scenario where it's becoming very hard for Team Potato to come back from. Now, the good thing for them is their high ground defense is actually very strong. With that Phoenix, with that Lich, with the ability to lasso someone and bring them into your base, certainly very potent abilities. And now they're going to go into Templar Assassin again, but immediately using the PKB and Batrider, he's going to get caught and he's going to fall as well. Templar Assassin, a lot of damage upward. Monkey King bar ready up for him, and now Spectre's in trouble and he's going to fall as well. They chose not to wait for them to come to the high ground, and they paid for it with 2 of their cores falling, with the Phoenix falling, and now the Lich, he's in trouble as well. Nowhere to go for him.
Yeah, so I feel like this might just be game over here. I know you were saying that they have a very strong high ground, but I don't think you can defend your high ground if you don't have any heroes standing, and that looks to be the case right now for Team Potato. The cores are dead, the supports are dead. There's only one hero, and that is Funka standing right now, but it doesn't look like he's going to be up for much longer if the heroes Recreation Hazard decide to go for him right now. The fortification does come out, so that's going to give them some chance. It's going to give them an opportunity to have one final team fight, but we have to realize for Team Potato, this is their final chance. This is the final chance in the tournament to survive, to try to get into the finals, because if they end up losing this best of 3, well, this game in particular, they are going to be out of the tournament.
Yeah, and it's not all bad, because there is a 4th place prize for this time around, but it's certainly not how you want to go out, right? The idea is that you make it out as champions of the New Gamers Arena, but it's going to be very hard because Shizzy, almost level 25, a 6 level difference, which is going to be a 7 level difference between the mid laners over here, and those that level 25 for Templar Assassin is just so strong because you get additional refraction charges or you get that bash, both of which are very strong. Particularly against the Bat Rider, that bash goes through PKB, so you definitely have the ability to just bash that Bat Rider should he choose to go in. And now another team fight coming out for both of these teams, and and already Lich has fallen. The Phoenix has expended his egg, but the Black King bar is up. The Primal Beast is going to get away. The egg not really hitting onto anything, but Primal Beast is trapped over here. Bat Rider, he's actually falling very low. Fist Sword is going to go Time Lapse on him, and he's going to fall. And all of these players, they're in a lot of danger right now because they're so low. The Chrono being used as well. Kuka's going to fall, and it's a full team wipe. And with that team wipe, it is GG. So Recreational Hazard will be going forward into the finals.
Yeah, they are able to make their way into the final. Congratulations to Team Recreational Hazard making their way into the finals of View Gamers Arena. We were saying how these were, the defending champions. So just a great game coming out from them. We see how much of a dominating performance he had, going 17 for 7 on the Templar Assassin. Then we have to talk about Mr. Essen, who was originally supposed to be a position 4 Weaver. But then he decided to transition into being a core that had more impact than any core on Team Potato. Look at that, 16 for 4. His net worth was more than a lot of the cores on the side of Potato as well. So just an absolutely dominating performance coming out from Recreational Hazards over there.
Yeah, and it really seemed like Team Potato, with the way that Bat Rider was farmed up, it seemed like they should be able to do better than the last game. But again, it really came down to the objectives. They simply did not go for those objectives. The Team Potato, that's a lot of net worth. Those tier 1 and tier 2 towers. If you got them early on with the lead that they had, it certainly had quite a bit of the lead because Faceless Void did not come online for such a long time. Primal Beast was unpunished, much like the Legion Commander, where he's just able to keep on going onto the Spectre. He can just keep on pouncing into those team fights unpunished, and then Shizzy was protected so well, much like we saw last game. So I would say that this game was really just a repeat of game number 1, where Team Potato, they had the right idea, but their execution going into the mid-game transition was so lackluster. And even in some of those team fights, there was no when you have a Bat Rider, there should be one concerted effort to take out one target, which is the lasso target. But I didn't really see them, grouping up onto going onto one target. It was really like 3 players are fighting 3 different heroes. Kunka's added with someone, Spectre's haunted onto someone else, Bat Rider's trying to initiate onto Faceless Void. And might I add that one fight where Bat Rider, lassoed the Faceless Void, and popped his Lincolns. Faceless Void had the Lincolns in the previous fight, in the fight prior to that. So that's a mistake that you simply cannot be making up on this stage, particularly when all of these players, they're such a high level. That is a mistake that is going to be punished. And it's simply unacceptable to be making a mistake like that. But Recreational Hazard, they had a very good comeback mechanic. I would say they played much like the first game around. They took their objectives. They fought as a team. Faceless Void had the right idea, and thanks to this, that's at the end of the day, Dota is a 5v5 game, so it's really how you play as a team that matters. It's not how many pickoffs you get. It's not who the flashy player is, because I don't think Shizzy is that a one-man show that he used to be, and I think that's not because he's fallen off. I just think that the rest of the scene has grown so much that they've really catched up to that high level standard of Dota that we've seen from Shizzy. So each of the rest of the players are able to perform as well. So it's going to be Recreational Hazard going towards the the next part of the game, the next part of the tournament, which is going to be the finals. Before we head for a break, though, Ali, do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, no, Tala, I think shout out to Team Potato. They really played out of their minds. They played really well, but yeah, just going up against one of the best lineups that Pakistan has is just always going to be difficult. So I'd say keep your chins up, and we'd love to see you in the next iteration of the tournament as well.
Mountain Dew, यार हैं तो पार हैं.
गाइस मेरी लूजिंग स्ट्रीक तो खत्म कराओ.
हम आ गए हैं जीतने के लिए. चलो चलो खेल खेल on your left, on your left.
गेमर होना इतना आसान नहीं है ब्रो. जब ओपोनेंट्स और ये सोसाइटी हो चैलेंज करने को तैयार,
स्पोर्ट्स खेल नहीं सकते.
तो ब्रिंग इट ऑन कहकर खुद को अनलीश करना पड़ता है. सब एनिमीज को एक साथ नॉकआउट करना पड़ता है. जिसमें दम हो खुद को अनलीश करने का, वो हर चैलेंज को कॉन्कर करता है. जो सेट करते हैं अपने पैशन की टोन, वो खुद को अनलीश करके कहते हैं ब्रिंग इट ऑन. तो फिर अब जीत ऑन रिपीट का नारा लगेगा, क्योंकि गेम बर्ड पर सिर्फ ई गेमिंग का डंका बजेगा. ये पैशन की टोन यहाँ ई टूर्नामेंट्स और स्ट्रीमिंग का है सीन ऑन. सो विद गेम बर्ड, ब्रिंग इट ऑन.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Duke Gamers Arena after a nail-biting performance where Recreational Hazard have managed to secure themselves a spot in the grand finals and have secured themselves at least second place. Meanwhile, we have our second best of three coming up between these two teams. Which of these teams will make it out? Well, only time can tell because, as we expected from the first series around, things don't usually end up as you want them to. But we have no Sangat going at it against Vicious Gaming, so we're really going to have to see which of these teams comes out ahead and which of these teams will be going home.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting to see in game number 2 with No Sangat going off against Vicious Gaming. Talking about the first series that we had previously, it was Recreational Hazard going up against Potato Gaming, and Recreational Hazard, the defending champions of Duke Gamers Arena, right back from 2019, really dominated the server today. They were 2-0 up. It did not go to the game number 3, and Potato Gaming, in both of the games, we saw them dominating, at least in the 10-15 minutes, or not exactly dominating, but they had a very good chance in the beginning. But then we saw that Recreational Hazard, they came online there. The entire all of the pieces of the puzzle sort of connected for Recreational Hazard, and they were able to pivot off of that into winning the game. But now in game number 2, it's going to be in the second series between No Sangat and Vicious Gaming, which is going to decide the opponents for Recreational Hazards in that final. We're expecting some really close competition coming out from both of these teams. So like you said, Tala, only time is going to be able to tell how these teams end up matching up against each other within this second best of 3, but we're expecting some really close competition coming out from the both of them.
Definitely, Ali. Only time will tell. And, we've been waiting quite a while for Duke Gamers Arena to be back. But now it's here. These players are going to go at it on the big stage. But, where without, wasting anyone's time, without waiting any further, we're going to head straight into the game.
Yeah, and I think the pick and draft phase should be starting any moment now for game number 2. We were told by production that it is ready. We're just on standby, waiting to kick that off. But I think there might be still some time before that ends up beginning. Vartala, we were just discussing this earlier as well. Team No Sangat's name is pretty peculiar. If you look at the picture that they have going on, there's just two people shaking their hands and then a big cross over them. So they're really not interested in making friends on the server today, and this might be showing in their conduct within these games as well, and how they're going to be playing. So I'm really excited to see that how this team ends up going up against the likes of Vicious Gaming. I mean, that name in of itself is pretty scary. I hope they're pretty vicious in their game as well. So yeah, let's end up seeing how that sort of plays out. But just generally talking about how the meta of the game is pretty settled right now, and how everything's happening. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things sort of shake up for the final as well. With the new patch coming in, it's expected pretty soon, right? So
Yeah.
I'm hoping that things get shaken up a lot, but right now everything's settled. The heroes are sort of settled. We're seeing that heavy offlane dominance coming in. Sometimes you see those Wraith Kings with that Radiance coming out, or you see more of a conventional offlaner, something like a Primal Beast. Those more top position force coming out. So things are a little settled. So I'm hoping that things get shaken up a little for the final.
Definitely, I would like to see things get shaken up just a little bit, because in Dota we usually wait several months before a new patch comes out, and it tends to become a bit predictable and a bit stale towards the end. I mean, if you look at some of the bans that have been happening since TI, since before TI, and some of the tournaments that have been happening, then you can expect the same bans every single time. You can expect mostly of the same picks. There's not a lot of variation. There's not a lot of ways where you can adapt a different strategy. Generally teams seem to play the same way, and all it really comes down to is who plays it better. And but game number two last time around, between Potato and Recreational Hazard, that was something different, because I haven't seen a Batrider in quite some time now. But apart from that one particular pick, everything else was pretty standard. Primal Beast coming out, Spectre being picked up, Faceless Void as well. Obviously, Faceless Void not a hero that's being picked a lot, but it's synergized with their team quite heavily. So I would like to see things get shaken up. I'm not sure how much leeway there is for that to happen, but that's something certainly. The I believe the possible combinations in Dota is, the permutations, so we call it, is quite a lot. I don't think there's ever been a repeat of the same 5v5 combination ever happening since Dota came out in 2011, but. I would like to see some different heroes. Whether or not the teams choose to go that way is something entirely different, because going with what works is always a safe and sound strategy, particularly where you're at this stage. Mistakes are punished very severely, very heavily. And if you do make those mistakes, you're out of the tournament. It's single elimination, just one best of three. And, who doesn't want to be going to those finals? Who doesn't want to be playing at that big stage? I mean, Ali, I remember you were at you were going to cast PUBG with RZ back in the last due. I know you remember the stage, right? Like how amazing
Yeah.
that felt. Like I feel like quite a lot of nostalgia when I think about it. Just everyone coming together, the stage coming together. There were lots of stalls where you could participate in different activities. You could win different prizes. There were picture booths available, posters everywhere. There was even a concert, right? And a concert by, I think, the first time around it was Strings, and the second time around Ali Azmat came with his band. We even got to chill with Ali Azmat for a little bit before
Yeah.
they told us that he needs to prep for his concert. So all of those things coming together. That's what I think the scene really requires. Gaming. It's not a tournament of this scale, and particularly how Mountain Dew does it. It's not just a video game tournament. It's a whole event. It's like a carnival of sorts, where you have loads of different things. The main attraction is still the tournament, and there is quite a lot of spotlight that's put on these players, quite a lot of incentive to be doing really well. So that's why I hope that whatever these teams choose to do, that they do give it their best, that they do really if you're confident with one thing, let's just stick to it. And if you really want to rattle the other team, pull out some sort of niche strategy. We all love some sort of niche strategies, even though they it's like a one trick pony. But I definitely do hope that you know whoever goes ahead is the better out of those two teams, and whoever goes ahead puts up one hell of a show in the finals against Recreational Gaming.
Well, I'm hoping the same, and just generally talking about New Gamer Arena, right? I'd say that it's more of a celebration of esports and gaming in general, right? The venue at 2019 was absolutely amazing. It was sort of my first time attending a competition or attending, like I said, a celebration of gaming like that here within Pakistan, and we really have high hopes for Due to sort of deliver on that once again this year. And it'll be interesting to see on how that ends up shaping up. But just generally talking about this competition here and the best of three series that we have right now, I really am hoping that we get to see some tough competition between these two teams. Something new maybe coming out from these teams. They, of course, the meta is pretty settled. We know what works and how well it works as well. But I think that's the beautiful thing about Dota, and it always has been, right? With there being so many possibilities and combinations and permutations of heroes, combinations and things that you can sort of do against different lineups. So that is something that keeps Dota very interesting, and every game is very similar in terms of objectives to every other game, but then in terms of execution, in terms of your hero comp, and in terms of how you're going to achieve those objectives and the things that you need to do to make that happen, sort of changes up very much from game to game. And that's just the thing about these professional gamers, right? These people who are the creme de la creme, like the best of the best when it comes to it, is how well they're able to adapt to every situation, and then in those situations they're able to come up with the optimal way to achieve the objective as well on top of that. So that's really what I'm hoping for here today from this best of three. I'm hoping the team Sangat, although they're not much for friendship when it comes to their name, but at least in team comp and in team chemistry, they're going to be very well
5 seconds
coordinated. And
remaining.
we do have the drafting phase live right now. And Tala, yeah, right, you're talking about picks and bans coming out. So for Team Sangat has banned, I think, except for the Ancient Depression, the bans are exactly the same as what the team before them was banning, right? So this is just very interesting to see,
Dire
and that
team
just speaks
ban.
volumes to the fact that the patch has pretty much settled in.
Yeah, definitely. And it is a bit surprising to see Ancient Apparition banned up, the first ban being used on that Ancient Apparition. And I do believe that's a Pugna picked up because I can't really see the character. But I believe that's
10
picked up for
seconds
No
remaining.
Sangat. And, speaking of the power of,
5 seconds
friendship,
remaining.
I think the most successful team of the international, Team OG, who won back-to-back internationals. They were a team that was based on the power of friendship. So I hopefully No Sangat is just a meme and not, hopefully they won't be fighting with each other. But meanwhile, Vicious Gaming, they have picked themselves up a treant protector, and we saw in game number one just how
Radiant
effective
team
a
ban.
good treant protector is. If you manage to give your team the vision that they require, you're able to steamroll the other
Radiant
opponent
team
just
pick.
based off of the vision that you're able to get. Grimstroke, Bristleback, again, Ali, as you mentioned, very standard bans coming out from both of these sides, but we're going to see exactly what core No Sangha choose to go with. If in fact they have picked themselves up a Pugna, then
10
perhaps they're going to
seconds
go for
remaining.
more of a pushing lineup. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually do see a lone
5
druid coming
seconds
out over here.
remaining.
It could actually be very effective.
Dire team
Yeah, it'll
ban.
be interesting to see what they end up picking. We're not able to see the hero. So yeah, Jakiro has come out from No Sangat. So Pugna and Jakiro, I guess they're going for that magical damage lineup. And Jakiro, with the recent buffs that he's received, he can I think the ice
10
path coming
seconds
out and,
remaining.
and all of their abilities that damage over time, and not a lot of heroes in
5
Dota
seconds remaining.
do really well against damage over time. So that can be something to the detriment of Vicious Gaming here. And then there in Vicious Gaming, yeah, Chain Protector. It's all about that vision, right? Uh, we see this hero playing behind enemy lines. He'll be in your jungle. He can set up that vision
Dire
for his team,
team
and then at
pick.
the same time, he's really good at spotting you rotating as well. So a Spectre coming out,
Oh,
uh,
that's
some
surprising.
heroes.
Radiant
Is it though,
team
Tala?
pick.
Really?
I
Is
mean,
it? Is that kind of
it's,
surprising?
it's not surprising considering the meta, but it is surprising because you are faced up against a Pugna, right? So your ability to haunt in onto a single hero targets gets diminished quite a bit, because you're not exactly going to
10
go on the
seconds
Pugna
remaining.
because he's not an easy target with that Decrepify. And
5
Spectre loves
seconds
to go,
remaining.
as you know, as particularly in the early stages of the game, loves to haunt in on the support heroes and get those pickoffs. But you're not going to be able to do that on towards the Pugna. Perhaps the Jakiro will be an easier target for that, but uh, overall, all in all, good pick. It can definitely work, but it won't be as effective as we see in other Spectre games. But speaking of the Pugna Jakiro, one aspect of it, as you mentioned, is the insane amount of magical damage that they are able to put out. Another aspect is their ability to mow down towers, right? So those two
Yeah.
supports, with
Radiant
their
team
cores, they're
pick.
going to be taking towers very, very quickly. And we see a Stardar coming out for No Sangar, a very high amount of DPS ability. So we're probably going to see a physical DPS carry as well. Perhaps someone that can synergize with that armor reduction.
10
Perhaps
seconds
someone that is a
remaining.
natural desolator builder up for No Sangat.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
don't think a Phantom Assassin is banned. Phantom Assassin would do very well against the Spectre as well. Just burst him down. So perhaps No Sangat will be going for that pick.
Yeah, the negative armor from the Slardar is going to be really
Yeah.
it's going to be really effective, right? So against any carry, I think even the Centaur or the Spectre, they're not going to stand much of a chance if they can get the negative armor to stack
Dire
on
team
top
pick.
of them. So yeah, somewhat of a natural Death Builder. Green one. Okay, Lifestealer.
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
Lifestealer is some a hero, along the same lines. He has that rage ability, and that's going to help him survive any magical damage coming out. And then on top of that, a Lifestealer, he's generally a Death
10
Builder, natural
seconds
Death Builder.
remaining.
So he's going to really enjoy and mowing down all of these
5
heroes, just
seconds
biting down
remaining.
on them with that negative armor stacked from the Slardar. So Team Vicious Gaming, they're going to have to come up with some answers to what No Sangat is doing right now.
Yeah, definitely. Because I this draft by No Sangat, it's so, uh, I mean, it's so well built. The overall, the amount of magical damage, the amount of tower push that you have, the amount of armor reduction plus life stealer goes very well against the Spectre, right? The Spectre, sometimes you go for that blade mill single target kill ability, sometimes you go for that radiance, but the radiance doesn't really work with against a natural. BKB carry such as a life stealer, because when you do get that radiance, usually you don't expect the other team to have that black king bar up. Because radiance is usually the first or second major item that you build,
Dire
but with
team
life
ban.
stealer you have that BKB built in. But Vicious Gaming, they're going to choose to go for a puck. It's a really good counter against a physical DPS carry like Lifestealer, to be very honest, because the Puck himself has received quite a few uh, buffs,
10
particularly to
seconds
his Dream
remaining.
Coil. And if this Puck reaches level 25, which is obviously quite a ways
5
off from
seconds
now, if the
remaining.
game ever reaches that stage, then Puck will absolutely shred the Lifestealer. But even without that, the Scepter upgrade that Puck gets is it's really, really good against
Radiant
those
team
physical
ban.
DPS carries, even if you have a lot of armor.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what hero No Sangat ends up picking for themselves on that mid lane position to sort of really tidy up the lineup they have going on, right? Uh, some
10
options
seconds
here.
remaining.
Well, they do have a lot of options. I don't really
Radiant
see a lot of
team
mid
ban.
laners
Dire team ban.
being banned up like that. But then, so they banned up the Night Night Stalker and the Dawnbreaker. So that's very interesting. And on the other hand, Vicious Gaming, they don't want that Death Prophet being picked by No Sangat, and this is going to be their final ban coming out
10
right now.
seconds remaining.
It's interesting that they banned the Night Stalker, considering the fact that
5 seconds remaining.
Vicious Gaming, they already have their offlane hero picked up for them.
Dire
Centaur
team
Warrener. I'm
pick.
not really sure where the Night Stalker
Yeah.
would actually
Mhm.
come in. What they're really missing is their support hero, right? They're either position 4 or position 5, depending on how they choose to play the Treant. And meanwhile, No Sangat is missing their mid lane hero. I don't
10
think this
seconds
Pugna will be
remaining.
going mid. I do think that you know,
5 seconds
a good mid
remaining.
lane hero would do wonders. Perhaps a natural, perhaps a mobility hero, because Lifestealer would really benefit from that. I know they have that starter, but the Infest bomb uh, into the backlines against
Radiant team
perhaps
pick.
the Spectre, that might actually be very useful. And now they pick the Weaver. Now I really like this pick, but this Weaver, in my opinion, has to make a Scepter, because with that Scepter, you effectively, depending on how you position yourself, if you position yourself well enough, you can avoid, or not avoid, but you
10
can
seconds
counteract
remaining.
that Infest bomb. Slider and Lifestealer blink in onto
5
a target,
seconds
they
remaining.
stun them up. Lifestealer does a huge amount of damage, but that Weaver with that Scepter time lapse will be able to get an ally out of there. But it really depends on his
Choose your
position.
hero.
Huskar. Oh wow, that's not really a pick that we end up seeing often.
Yeah.
But Huskar looks like a very well-rounded pick for No Sangat. Looking at the side of the heroes on Vicious Gaming, I don't really see how they deal with the Huskar very well, honestly speaking. Of course, they'll be looking to build up that vessel, and then a lot of other items coming out to deal with that Huskar. But no Sangat, Talha, I really really like their draft right now with what they have. They have that physical damage, they have that magical damage. With the Huskar, I think they will have that control as well. Instant, one of those heroes that if you don't really pick him off or burst him off rather very quickly into the fight, then it just becomes impossible to deal with Huskar. So going off of the draft, Stella, whose draft do you like more? Do you think No Sangat has this with their draft, the magical damage, well-rounded physical damage, or do you think that their opponents, Vicious Gaming, have a chance here?
I mean, I really like No Sangat's draft, but Vicious Gaming, they do have the potential to actually counteract. I'm not sure. I mean, sure, Huskar usually does not do well against pure damage, and the fact that the Dire team does not have any sort of pure damage ability, they do have magical burst ability, but it doesn't really work against the Huskar. And Huskar does very well against the Puck as well. So they do have, a very dangerous mid game lineup when Pagna, once he reaches level 3 with those Nether Blast taking those towers down, Chikiro will be taking those towers down, and they have very good frontline heroes. They have three frontline heroes actually, with the starter, Huskar, and the Life Stealer. So definitely a very potent combination. Meanwhile, Vicious Gaming, they do have that global sort of presence. They do have that vision ability. I'm not really too keen. Like, I'm not really sure how this vision enables their team fights, really, because sure, you can choose to use the Centaur dagger, initiate on one single hero, but do you really have the burst to take him out? That's really the main question that I'm faced with. That's going to be a question that they're going to be faced with, because it's not a lot of burst, right? Sure, you have the Dream Coil, but the Dream Coil is more of an ability to keep someone pinned down or multiple heroes pinned down. Sure, you have the Centaur Warrunner Hoof Stomp and the Double Edge, but after the Hoof Stomp and Double Edge, Spectre can haunt in, sure, but what happens after that? They don't have that much follow up.
Yeah, well, honestly, I think your concern for the damage on the dire side is absolutely valid, right? And especially if they're going to be engaging on a hero like Huskar, starting on a hero like Huskar, initiating on the Slardar, even the Lifestealer, right? These aren't cores that I really foresee the dire being able to, blow up pretty quickly. And that is genuinely going to be causing some problems for them. And when the fights start to get drawn out, I think at that point the Radiant are the ones who are going to come out on top. They have that heal from the Pagna. Jakiro just does damage over time very well, right? So he just wants the fight to go as long as possible. The life stealer, he's going to be stealing a lot of life, and then not to mention the Huskar, who just wants to keep withering away at you with the burning spears. So looking at it, I think it's really going to come down to execution and how well the dire side is able to execute. Uh, but yeah, the Radiant, they definitely seem like they have an advantage, at least when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, and in particular, the infest into the Huskar, that's a lot of HP that you're dealing against. So
Yeah,
Dire definitely, Vicious Gaming, they definitely have their work cut out for them. No Sangat being led by, I believe Gumball is their captain, an immortal level player right now,
Goodness.
up on that Pugna. But we're gonna have to see. They do certainly seem like they want to fight level 1. Now, I think the level 1 lineup is actually completely different. They only have one stun on them, so should they choose to take a fight at level 1, the Dire will probably come out ahead because you have the Treant who can go for that
30
lead seed
seconds to
or that slow, that swamp as I like to call it. Or that Centaur Warrior who's up on the puck. The Weaver's Tsukushi does a lot of damage, particularly at level 1, and a Spectre Dagger. So I don't think they really want to be taking a fight over here. But both teams will be content. In this is why I thought it was a meme, because those are a lot of high fives for someone called No Sangat.
The battle
Yeah, though I think
begins.
it's definitely a meme coming out from them. But yeah, with the game starting up, I think it's just 2-2 runes being split between both the teams. So that's going on pretty evenly. But yeah, Tala, looking at this mid matchup, it's going to be the Puck against the Huskar, and that's going to be a very impactful matchup, I'd say, for the rest of the game. And then the Huskar taking over that ward as well, eliminating that. So that's a win for him as well. So how do you see this matchup, Tala? What does the Puck have to do here to survive?
I mean, it's very difficult for the puck to survive, really. I mean, honestly, you can get those last hits by using that orb, but that's not really a sustainable way to get those last hits. And there's not really a lot of rotation potential that can kill the Huskar up on the mid lane. I mean, who's really going to rotate, right? The Weaver, the Treant, neither of those heroes has the kill potential. But meanwhile, on the bot lane, the stun narrowly missing, but it might not be needed
Yeah,
as
he might.
Jakiro is very low. No, the cooldown of Sakushi very high at level 1, so won't be happening anytime soon. But the kill potential is very high though.
Yeah, they do really have a lot of kill potential in their bottom lane, and the Shikiro deciding to stick around on their very low HP and just challenging the Weaver.
Weaver cancelled the last attack. That would have been first blood.
Oh, I did not see that. Well, somewhat of a misplay coming out from both sides, and at this point, but yeah, I think it looks like it's going to be a very miserable lane down at the bottom for the Radiant side. That Lifestealer, but as soon as he's able to get some HP up, but like on the top lane right now, Starter, he's going in on Yoda. He's going to be able to get that first blood as well. So well played by the Starter. He's able to get that first blood onto the Treant, and with that, this is a lane that you do not want to go bad for yourself if you're the Dire side, because you really want to give that Spectre a great start.
Definitely. I mean, if you snowball a starter, there's nothing more dangerous than a snowball starter, because even the Puck himself is going to die, because you do have the ability for an instant stun after you blink in. But meanwhile, on the bot lane, Weaver is falling very low, will use that magic stick, but will fall to Jakiro's last hit. And meanwhile, Jakiro, he does have the leech on him, so he too will be falling. And Lifestealer, well, both of the cores are going to back off, calling it a day. Both supports going down respectively. But good effort by the Radiant side, by No Sangha, because you do have Lifestealer charged up. But meanwhile, he does have 10 stick charges, but he is being hit down. But he's just going to sustain a lot of damage and will be alright.
Yeah, and we can already see that the Puck is having a
Is he gonna
really
die?
rough time. What?
He didn't cancel the aggro from the creeps, so he was taking 2 range creeps hits plus the fire from the Huskar burning spears, and those are big mistakes coming out from Vicious Gaming early on into the game.
Yeah, you really can't afford to be misplaying like that, especially when you're in such a important matchup against the Huskar, where I'd say that every little micro action is going to matter on how big of an advantage that Huskar is going to get, right? So that Puck definitely not going to be happy with that one. And if we start to take a look towards the last hits, we can start to see who's coming out on top across all of the lanes, but just the amount of total gold that is being accumulated across all of these, the Huskar is generally dominating right now within this game, and with that kill on the Puck as well, that's just going to put him above even more.
Yeah, and again, Puck. Oh, nice kill on the top lane. Tower is actually not damaged at all, but with this lead that Team Sangat or no Sangat are managing to accumulate for themselves is getting very, very dangerous for both of these sides. And now on the bot lane, we were narrowly making it out. And Centaur War Runner, he's in a lot of trouble over here with that dual breath on him. He's going to be falling down. Lifestealer seems to me that he's having a very good time, and Vicious Gaming not really looking all that vicious right now.
A golden thread.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a time, right, before they can sort of do something here in this bottom lane. But just looking at this Pug's misery, it's just sort of satisfying. Not really, right? You don't. But just when you're playing up against their Tusker, it's just generally a very rough time. But team No Sangat, they're off to a great start. They'll have 5-1. They have a 2K gold lead, although it doesn't really mean much at this point in the game. A 2K gold lead can easily be changed with some bounty runes and a few kills. But just generally, right, this is the start that they were hoping for, and we know the immense potential to snowball that this lineup has with the Huskar and everything. So it'll be interesting. And the bug on the Lifestealer, he'll have to take that off with the Rage and then run off. He's on very low HP. If the Weaver could get some hits off,
Weaver
result in him dying.
Could potentially go in over here. Both of these heroes very low, but not really falling, right? And that's the big deal. As long as Lifestealer doesn't fall, that's a win-win scenario. That's a win scenario, in my opinion. As long as the Lifestealer is able to accumulate that gold, and as long as he doesn't die. So Centaur Warrior, but definitely Centaur Warrior is getting those last hits, is getting that farm up, and that's really the only good thing that's happening for the Dire side right now. Oh, and that this Puck is dead. Puck is one of the few heroes that shouldn't be dying from the Huskar. Sure, you're not going to get farmed, but you shouldn't really be dying. You have an instant phase out ability.
Is under attack.
Yeah, no, I'd say the first set was definitely a miss there, but the Huskar, I think he got a haste through and he's made his way to the bottom lane, and he's going to get two kills secured for himself on the bottom lane as well, where honestly it's starting to look pretty rough for Team Vicious Gaming. This Huskar is running amok right now on the entire map, and the way things are shaping up, he was able to get 2 kills on the bottom lane, and the only lane that was going a little better for Vicious Gaming was that top lane, but even there I don't think it looks pretty nice. As we transition on from the laning phase, the XP runes are going to come up right now, and both the teams I think would be able to secure their own XP runes. I think it's going to be a long time before Vicious Gaming is going to be in a shape in terms of their items, in terms of the hero XP, that they're going to be able to settle No Sangat.
Yeah,
what's your take on that?
Sure, Spectre is going for that Blade Mail, but what does the Blade Mail exactly accomplish over here with such high, you have an armored toggle, you have the Lifestealer Rage, you have the Starter who's pretty tanky on his own, so I'm not really, and you have the Decrepify, right? So those are essentially 4 targets that the Spectre can't go on, and now you have the Jakiro left, but it does seem like a bit of an outdraft from the No Sangat side, and now they're going to go back in. They're going to go on the Pugna. There's that Decrepify, but it might not be enough as they are going to chase him down. The Pugna will fall. Spectre falling a bit lower. Then Estader actually going to fall as well. So those are nice 2 kills. And meanwhile, the Huskar getting a 3rd kill onto the Puck.
Yeah, and that's really just the thing, right? Team No Sangat, they're really okay with not rotating their heroes around much because they're doing so well in their lanes right now, and that's sort of what we saw in the top lane. That's why I don't think we saw those rotations. The Huskar was more than happy with killing the Puck mid and then eventually taking over that mid tower as well. So that could be the reason we didn't see a lot of rotations coming out. So even though the Vicious Gaming, they got that very important kill. Those 2 very important kills on the top lane, giving the Spectre some space, but really they need to accomplish so much more on the map to put themselves in a winning position over here.
Yeah, they definitely need to do so much more, but the question is how they're going to be able to make that space, because as time goes on, the mid game potential is going to come online from the Radiant side. So really, I'm not sure which stage of the game the Dire has the advantage, because the Radiant side have good late game ability as well. But now they're going to go in onto the Huskar. But what are they going to do? The Weaver is going to instantly fall. There's those burning spears. Spectre is going to TP in, but again, that's the major question. Where is the follow-up going to come from?
More like who's that follow-up going to come from, right? Because like I really don't see any hero dishing that damage out onto the Spectre, onto that Huskar, sorry. And look at that Dire middle lane tower's HP. It's pretty low, and the Huskar, he can just stand here, right? There's literally no deterrent to make him move out of here. So he can just stand at your tower, and he's going to have a Yasha up pretty soon, so that's going to give him some additional status resistance. Things are just getting rough and rougher for Vicious Gaming right now.
Yeah, and with 2 towers already down, they're going to be looking at the last tier 1 tower that's on the bot lane, and then after that are going to be the tier 2 towers. And now they're going to go on the Spectre. The Qualifier is there waiting for it to go out. There's that stun. The Spectre does use the Haunt, but it's going to be worthless. Now, Blade Mill is going to come out soon for the Spectre, just 100 gold remaining. But so many questions I have of Vicious Gaming. It's so uncertain, just what they're going to be able to do. It seems like there's no real way to punish the Radiant side, no Sangat. The only
if you look at that Puck, Talha, that Puck's having such a rough game, right?
Yeah.
So like, even if you discount the debt that she had, look at that she's got 35 last hit. So she's really at the bottom from all of the cores across both the sides.
Definitely, and you really do need the Puck, right? You need the Puck's Witchblade to come online. You need Blink Dagger to come online to match the timing with that Centaur War Runner. Otherwise, Centaur is not going to be blinking in without any follow-up, because he simply does not have the amount of damage to do what's required for his team. Sure, you can use the Stampede, but even with the Stampede, 2 of your heroes don't make use of the Stampede. The Weaver already has max movement speed, but that's Shikuchi. The Treant Protector isn't going to be using the Stampede, so you don't really have all that much. But meanwhile, Huskar takes a very early Roshan, and this is the stage of the game. Tier 1 tower bot lane going to fall very quickly, and there's nothing stopping them from going towards the tier 2 towers, and that's how they've lined themselves up. Probably going to go for 2 towers over here rather than just 1. Level 4 Nether Blast up for the Pugna Observer Ward place, but they have spotted it out, so it's most likely going to be dewarded. But I have a feeling that no Sangat are going to protect that ward.
Yeah, they're definitely going to look to protect that ward, especially...
Puck has used his phase shift. Does have the Waning Rift, but he is going to get stunned up, and
dead Puck if I've ever seen one.
That at some point you have to take that hit. It's a hit from a Pugna. How much damage is it really going to do? Do you really want to be phasing it out? But with that death and the death of the Treant, there's nothing stopping them from going towards that mid lane tower. This is looking like a disaster for Team Vicious Gaming. 7k net worth lead up already for No Sangat. Tier 2 tower mid is going to fall. Aegis has more than 3 minutes left, and that's going to be plenty of time to be taking the rest of the tier 2 towers. And we're looking at a scenario where Team No Sangat will be going high ground in under 20 minutes.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. You're saying they might be going high ground in the 20 minutes. I think this game might just end under 20 minutes with how things are shaping up. The starter, he's some gold away from his blink right now, but it shouldn't take him long. I think at that 15-minute mark, he should have that blink up, and with that, the advantages are just going to stack up for No Sangat even further. Team Vicious Gaming, honestly, it doesn't seem like there's going to be any relief coming out for them anytime soon.
Yeah, no relief in sight. and no break coming out for them either. The Huskar having his halberd, these are all team fight items against a lineup which is already struggling with their team fight. Lifestealer also has his armlet up, no daggers up for Vicious Gaming, so I'm not really sure Ali what their strategy is going to be. Now Huskar is going to go on to Yoda, going to get a very quick kill. We were just going to Sakushi out, not even bothering to land it on the Huskar.
Yeah, at this point, with how strong the Huskar is, literally, if you show a hero in front of him, he's just going to kill him. It's literally that simple right now, and there's not really much that they can do. And being able to take that bottom tier 2 at 14 minutes into the game, the Slardar, he's also farming on his own. They will be eventually looking at that top tier 2 as well, so just sort of, taking away those different objectives. The Slardar, like I said, he's going to have that blink dagger around that 15 minutes mark, and it's exactly what it looks like it's going to happen. The Puck, she does have an invis rune right now, and just sort of, scouring the map out.
Yeah, but it's 15 minutes in, and the Puck doesn't even have a Witchblade up and ready. So that's not a good sign. And even if you do make a Witchblade, the heroes against you are so tanky. Tuskar has close to 3000 HP. Lifestealer has natural magical immunity. Starter will have a blink. Sure, you can use the Witchblade on Starter. Doesn't really matter if he goes out, right? The rest of the team can clean everyone else up. But now we do see an instant initiation on the Pugna, and this is what I was talking about. If the Crepify is going to be there waiting for him, but there are just too many heroes on the Pugna, and he most likely will fall. Oh no, rather the turnaround comes out from No Sangad, and the Spectre, he's falling very low. The Pugna does eventually go down, but at what cost? In fact, actually they're going to get 2 kills, but that's just about what they're going to get. Team No Sangad are going to come back, 2 kills of their own onto a core rather.
Yeah, and that's just the thing, right? On the side of Team No Sangat, their supports might be easier to deal with, but once you've expended everything to take out the supports, then there's a Huskar charging at you, there's a Slardar, and then there's a Lifestealer coming right at you, right? And those aren't the heroes that you want to be facing off with your ultimates being on cooldown. So they genuinely have to be a little more careful about how they're going to deal with this lineup that they have. Even with the Huskar deciding to go back a little, he has that Aegis up, and not only to go into that treant buyback, but it seems like there's really no reason for them to actually back off. The supports are going to be able to join the fight again, and they are going high ground. 16 minutes into the game, they are on that high ground. They're coming out. Puck, she's able to use the green coin, but that seems to be it. No follow-up damage. We were surviving with a great ultimate, but now what is the question? The damage coming out, that Huskar might go down. He has been leashed, he has been silent. Now the Huskar coming off, and that does end up taking out the Huskar. The rest of the heroes, they are here. That Ice Path coming up, they are losing their lives. Buyback coming out from the Weaver, and they might be able to punish this. The Lifestealer going back in. The Starter, he's not done yet.
Yeah, 2 hits and Starter will fall. So all in all, I think Team No Sangat got a little bit overconfident there, because they did get hit by a 3-man roof stomp, and the AoE damage from the Dream Coil did do a lot as well, and you had the Treant Protector there as well. So they did manage to hold the high ground. Which is Gaming did manage to hold the high ground. Weaver did have a buyback. Sure, it's a support hero, doesn't do all that much, but Lifestealer got away, and it has he now has 6 Desolator charges. How do you stop the next high ground push? Because Team No Sangat, they're not going to make the same mistake twice. They're not going to group up for the Centaur Warrunner to be stunning them. They can just wait it out, wait for the Lifestealer to be taking the towers, because Desolator goes through to the tower, and the Jakiro and Pugna can just spam it out, right? So it was more of an issue of overconfidence from No Sangat's side, because they don't really need to be making those decisions or be charging into the base like that. They can just choose to draw it out, play slow, and just siege the base rather than aggressively push onto the base. So good hold, but in my opinion, they're going to have to do that like several times before they're able to turn this around.
Yeah, Tala, it is honestly looking a little grim to be fair, for
Dire's
No
top tower
Sangat.
is under attack.
Sorry, not for No Sangat, but Vicious Gaming. But yeah, so like with Dota, right? I think
Dire's
there's
top
always
tower
a
has
chance for a team
fallen.
to be able to make that comeback, and sometimes it's off of the other team just messing up, right? But even so, there is a chance. So, but with that Infest and Blink coming on to that Spectre, there are no chances for that Spectre to survive right now. But the counter initiation is coming out. The Slaughter is pretty low, but the shield coming out, that should be able to save her in for now. On the other hand, the Lifestealer, the Huskar, he's pretty far away from his team. So this is a great chance for Vicious Gaming to punish this unwarranted aggression coming out from Team No Sangha. They're able to take out them, but then Puck has to pay with her life, and this Lifestealer is honestly so scary right now with this death. So 10 charges already is able to take out the Treant Protector, and this Weaver should not be able to survive unless she gets the Kuchi off. She does. Is able to get some distance between the Lifestealer, but he's eventually going to be able to catch up.
Yeah,
Or against it.
will be able to back away, but I mean, there's no way to kill this life stealer. Sure, you can counter initiate onto a target and be able to take them off. Sure, you can get a couple of kills, but it's most likely going to be the support heroes. And I don't even think the Huskar was in that fight, to be honest.
Yeah, the Huskar wasn't right. He was pretty far away towards their bottom lane. Uh, he was trying to make his way over, but couldn't reach there in time for that team fight. But here, the way things are going right now, it is honestly looking pretty grim for Team No Sangat. Things
They are
just
smoked
keep
up
on
though.
getting tougher and tougher.
They are going to.
Oh, they are.
Oh no, the slider blinked away. They
Yeah,
are.
they are
They are
trying to
actually going to come on to them. I mean, they must have this idea because they did just take a tormentor, so that notice just went out. But it looks like they don't want to be going up there against that Huskar.
Oh, they
In
found
fact,
a hero there.
they're actually
What
going to
are they
go on to the
initiating
Jakiro,
Yeah.
and sure, yeah, that's a win, but it's not a big win. But you know, at this point of the game, Vicious Gaming need all the wins that they can get.
Yeah, just like my mother, her standards are too high for me. Yeah, she just never appreciates when I do anything good in life, and that's. But yeah, no, all jokes are, you're absolutely right. Right, that was a win for them, but this would be a bigger win. They fought out the Pugna, they're able to take her out, and the Huskar, he is falling low, but all of the cores are here. What an ultimate coming out from the Treant. Huskar is falling low. They're able to take him out. Two more heroes there, Slaughter, and the Huskar, he does buy back. He has the BOTs online, and now that is the time for No Wishes to call it a day and go back. So was that big enough of a win for them? Are you satisfied now?
I mean, I think they're going to lose the racks here, so I'm not really sure if it's a big enough win. They did get the kill onto the Huskar, so that's definitely good. But with no Dream Coil available, they do have to go for this racks.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I think the racks are definitely going to fall because Vicious Gaming, they used all of their ultimates just right now in the fight previously. So I think the middle racks are going to fall as well because there's absolutely no reason for No Sunlight to be backing off of here. Although I think the creep wave has been cut at the bottom, so they do have a creep wave in the middle. So, but yeah, the Puck trying to initiate back in the Huskar, the initiation coming out from the center of War Runner, but oh my god, look at that HP fade away from the Spectre who was trying to initiate in this the Weaver going in a little too deep for now, and this middle rack looks like it's about to fall, and there's absolutely no way that Vicious Gaming hold here.
Yeah, Spectre has expended his on. Team Coil must be coming online soon. Puck trying to do as much damage, but those are three strength heroes you're dealing with. Both heroes with a lot of regeneration on them, and now final lane of racks for No Sangha. Should this fall, it's going to be GG, as there's no way you play against Mega Creeps in this scenario. Puck trying to do as much damage as he can. Now Centaur Warden is going to initiate it, trying to get the Huskar, but he's going to be decrepified with the life drain going off on him. Centaur Warden is going to die. That is a lot of damage, and that is a pause. That the game is paused.
That is a pause, but I think that pause might lead to a good game as well coming out from Vicious Gaming. I think they might be having some connectivity problems on some heroes. The Huskar are asking the very important question that we were wondering as well. Yeah. So I think there were some lag issues happening on the Vicious Gaming's end, but yeah, Tala, I'm not really that hopeful. Even if they end up reconnecting, I don't really see how
Yeah,
with zero ping they're going to
it's
kill anyone, even with zero ping.
yeah, it's it's not really
It's a little
it,
dire, entire situation.
but all jokes aside, I think it's going to be GG anytime soon now. Outside of a miracle, sent Tree and Protector also falling low over here. The Jakiro, he's probably going to fall. The Pugna is there though, can potentially save him, but Julius will use a life drain onto the Weaver, and that is going to be a triple kill for the loneliest. And with that, there's nothing to stop them. I'm surprised they aren't calling the GG. I'm surprised Buck's lone defender over here, but he's probably going to die as well. No? Oh, he's actually yeah, he's dead.
Top barracks are under attack.
And still no GG call. It's a bit surprising. They're missing like 4 or 5 items before they can defend against Mega Creeps. Oh, there it is. Yoda calling the GG for his team. And that's going to be a quick and easy 24-minute win in the first game for Team Sangha, for Team No Sangha. I keep calling them Sangha. They have too much friendship for me to say No Sangha.
Tala, I think it was the power of friendship within this game for No Sangat, and also a very big and fat Huskar that resulted in them securing this victory. Team Vicious Gaming, it was a 24-minute GG. I think it could have been earlier. Could have been 20 minutes because had Vicious Gaming seen what we were sort of seeing from this analysis point of view. But looking at it, I think it was just an outdraft coming out from Team No
Yeah.
Sangat. Well, not just an outdraft, an extreme case of an outdraft. But yeah, like Talha, we were talking about this. We honestly saw we did not see a way for Vicious Gaming to make their way into this. I think there were a few points within this game where maybe the Huskar was not with the rest of his squad, and that could Vicious Gaming could have tried to punish that. But the thing was, in a 5v5 fight, I honestly did not see any way for Vicious Gaming to be winning those.
Yeah, definitely. I do think they were outdrafted quite a bit. And, speaking of the main concern that I had was, the ultimate question, where is the follow up? And that's what we saw most of the time. I mean, sure, Team Vicious Gaming, they were able to get the kills off onto the Jakiro and the Pugna. But apart from that, they simply did not have the follow up to close out the team fight. Spectre just had a Blade Mail, the other hero just had a Blade Mail. Puck only had a Witchblade and was just spamming out spells as best as he can. And we saw a good few moments where the Centaur Warrunner was able to land a Hoostomp onto multiple heroes, 3 or 4 heroes. The Puck was able to Dream Coil multiple heroes, and Vicious Gaming were able to hold their racks for I think 1 or 2 fights after that. But how many times are you going to do that? Because the enemy team is going to be adjusting, is going to be making different plays. And Lifestealer, he didn't have a single death, and I don't think there was any way to kill him as well, because he chose to go for a Manta. You can't really silence him up. You can't really kill him. Even if you land each and every spell you have on him, he still has that rage ability, still has that massive lifesteal with that Desolator built up on him with the Slaughter as ultimate as well. There was just simply no way for Team Vicious Gaming to be able to come back from that. No way for them to close up on Huskar. No way to help the Puck on his mid lane with any sort of rotations whatsoever. So I certainly do hope that they work on their drafting ability. They pick what works out best. Just pick some standard 5 meta heroes that are currently working who synergize with each other. And I hope that they have a better game for game number 2. But before that, guys, we're going to be right back after a short break.
Well, what an exciting game number one coming out between Team No Sangat and Team Vicious Gaming. No Sangat exhibiting a lot of Sangat during that first game. We saw the team chemistry coming into play. We saw the draft just working absolutely perfectly for them. But on the other hand, Team Vicious Gaming, they were just completely outplayed, completely outdrafted, rather, I'd say. Thala. There, at no point in the game did it look like that they could come back, and with the kind of items that they had to make and the sort of route that their heroes would naturally go for, it just generally did not look like that they had a chance there.
Definitely, it really did not seem like they had much of a chance. Particularly to after the drafting phase, we had so many questions, so much confusion, as to what Team Wishes Gaming were achieving, or rather trying to achieve through their draft, and we saw the lack of it. No help for the puck on that mid lane, just simply. Who's going to rotate in the Treant Protector, the Weaver? Both of them are going to die to the Huskar. The Treant isn't exactly a hero that can stay out of the trees, and in the mid lane there aren't exactly that many to take advantage of, particularly
Yeah.
not a ganking hero. And the meanwhile, you have a Spectre who makes a blade mail, but where is that damage dispersion going to go? Who is it going to go on? A magic immune lifestealer or a debuff immune lifestealer, a Slardar or a Huskar who, Huskar wants to have low HP. That's where Huskar's strength really comes from. So there's no
Yeah.
real target. And we saw last game where we were talking about the Pugna's ability to counter the Spectre in certain ways. And sure, the supports did end up dying. Pugna did end up dying. Jakiro did end up dying. But the Decrepify, they didn't die within the Decrepify. That's 5 seconds of staying alive, and that's so much time that you've bought your team to be able to come up and clean Wishes Gaming up. And we saw that each and every single time. You get 2 kills, but you lose your entire team. So that's not really a worth it scenario. We did see them hold the high ground a little bit. We did see some really good initiations coming out from that Centaur War Runner. We did see some really good Dream Coils coming out. So what I'm really hoping for is perhaps with a better draft, Team Wishes Gaming will be able to put up a much better fight.
Yeah, I guess Tala, with our general advice for Vicious Gaming at this point would be that, this is not the point in the patch or just in a tournament to be reinventing the wheel, as if you were, right? Like, you don't have to go with these picks that we're not really seeing in the meta. Sure, Treant Protector has been picked, but Treant Protector has been picked to perform a very specific job, and that very specific job has just been to get you vision, right? Because the hero with the ultimate, he does have that route, but then aside from that, it doesn't really do much. So you pick other heroes around the draft to sort of complement or
Yeah.
just iron out those other deficiencies that that hero has. And we didn't really see that. We saw another Weaver come out. Weaver negative armor, Scoochie does some damage, but in the support capacity, there wasn't really much that we were risk accomplishing. So they didn't really have a stun. To be fair, you're sure Centaur had a stun, Puck's ultimate, but Puck's ultimate, you're not really using it in a stun capacity. So the support matchup, the support composition was just really off, right? That Puck pick was coming out, and Puck is usually supposed to do not well against a Huskar, right? Huskar is the sort of hero where the objectives of a winning lane sort of change for the opposition, where it's just maybe to not die or maybe not to
Yeah.
get completely eviscerated in the last hit department within the mid lane. And well, the Puck did a very poor job at that. We saw her dying at one point where she really shouldn't have. The she was using her orb pretty aggressively at certain points, and that did lead to her dying once or twice, even when we were catching her play, right? So that it was just a combination of poor execution plus a poor draft coming out for Vicious Gaming, and we really hope that within this game number two they can have a more well-rounded off draft that does I mean that on paper at least has a chance against no Sangat draft. So that's really what we're looking for from Vicious Gaming in this game number two. And if they're able to do that, I think they'd have a much better chance in giving us a more competitive game, and then hopefully transitioning that into a win as well, because this is the best of three and you are fighting for that finalist spot to go over the the reigning champions of Two Gamers Arena. So it's not something to be taken lightly, and I'm sure that this team is going to maybe have a much better draft moving forward.
Definitely, I think everyone who watched the game number two is going to be hoping for a better draft to be coming out. But I do think that the Huskar pick sort of caught them by surprise. I do not think that they were really expecting that Huskar pick because their lineup was really centered around the Puck's ability to actually get that farm, and Puck, theoretically against any physical. DPS carry. It doesn't matter how much armor you have with that Puck Scepter upgrade. The buff to the Puck Scepter, Puck can demolish or eviscerate just about any carry face against it. But Team Vicious Gaming never really got to that point. They didn't really have the suitable advantage to be, able to hold off the game to come online in the first place. They didn't really have a good high ground defense either. It really seemed like they were missing so much in their composition, weren't really expecting or weren't really prepared for what we in Dota call a death push. Just five heroes coming
Yeah.
together and just pushing out each and every single lane. They just simply lost out on so much net worth, and that it coming back into a game like that was never really on the table for them. Even if you consider, say, a 40 or a 50-minute game, it's very difficult unless the Puck and Spectre both are very super farmed and you're outplaying the other team, you're able to get those rotations in, but able to get those solo kills in. And we saw quite a few times where even the Haunt was used ineffectively, right? The Haunt was either used to get away or to save himself, and very few times we saw the Haunt being used in order to get a kill. We did see it sometimes, but not nearly as much. It has a pretty low cool. I mean, not a low cooldown, or I would say like a medium cooldown timer, right? I think around 80 to 90 seconds. But it's
Yeah.
frequent enough that you can get a pick off each and every single time that it comes out. And that's really how you play a Spectre. Every time you get that Haunt, you get a kill. But there was no coordinated effort to actually make that happen. And so Vicious Gaming, they had all of these mistakes that kept on compounding and kept on compounding until that they no longer had any space to work with, because 20 minutes in, your high ground is being breached. And what do you really do then? You don't really have any sort of follow up to your initiation. And even if you do choose to initiate, who do you really go on? Your targets are such bad targets. You're not going to go in on the life stealer. You're not going to go in on the Huskar, because those heroes want you to come to them so they can essentially just mow you down. And that's exactly what we saw each and every single time we saw an initiation. The supports went down for team No Sangat, but Lifestealer just cleaned everyone else up. Even in scenarios where they managed to hold the high ground, Lifestealer was the only one alive. He had 10, I think he had 11 or 10 kills and zero deaths to his name. So
Wow.
that's really not a scenario where you want to be playing. Not really a scenario that's sustainable for your team. Because keeping in mind, in the late game, Lifestealer is able to counteract the Spectre. In the late game, Lifestealer, the next item for him probably would have been a Nullifier, and suddenly your Puck really
Yeah.
can't do anything for himself. Suddenly your Weaver can't do anything because they're just getting debuffed instantly all of the time. Puck can't make something like an use. Buck really can't do anything. So that their lineup relied on the fact that they were able to shut down the Huskar. But again, their lineup had major discrepancies that disabled them from doing that. Their lineup relied on the fact that Spectre would be able to come online quick enough. But again, you were faced against a Pugna with a Decrepify. So how do you really kill anyone? So I hope that these guys have had enough time to ponder on these things, have had enough time to maybe change their draft a little bit, and maybe change their playing style a little bit. They're good at team fights, which is what we saw. They did very good with what they had available for them. Sure, it wasn't a lot, but what I'm hoping for is more team fight oriented heroes. Perhaps instead of the Weaver, you pick something else. Instead of the Puck, pick a bit of a more team fight oriented hero up on the mid lane. Perhaps give Team No Sangat a taste of their own medicine. Perhaps pick some of the heroes that they chose for themselves up, and perhaps you can have a better game out.
Yeah, and just generally, Tala, speaking about the draft that Team Vicious Gaming had, we were talking about the fact that they lacked just disables, right? They in general did not have a lot of disables. They did not have a silence. Sure, Puck has a silence, but then to land that silence, Puck really has to go in, and the Puck did not want to do that against the lineup that they had. So there was no silence to disable Lifestealer from getting rage off. There were no silences to stop the Pugna from getting her abilities off, or from protecting the rest of the lineup. So that is really something that they were lacking. On top of that, they were just generally lacking damage. Again, Centaur had the hoof stump, but that's just really one hero over there. So it's just general lacking so many core or important aspects of what we expect from Dota heroes. Silences, maybe a hero with an inbuilt hex would have been nice. Something with a stun, a slow, or anything, right? Anything of that nature would have been really nice to play up against No Sangat, and No Sangat saw that, and it was just really a perfect Huskar game, where there was literally nothing on the side of No Sangat Vicious Gaming to stop that Huskar or to impede that Huskar from gaining insane amounts of momentum. I think it was around that 14 or 13 minutes mark where the Huskar got that first stages. The Halberd was online, and any hero that the Huskar saw, he could have killed. There was literally no counter for that. If you were a hero and you came across their Huskar would just jump on you and then you're just absolutely dead right there. Even we saw the Puck dying multiple times, although that is a hero that has somewhat of a chance against the Huskar. So that was pretty questionable coming out in terms of the team comp, the draft comp from no from Vicious Gaming. So we're hoping that No Sangat, they sure they continue their stellar performance in the second game, but Vicious Gaming, they're able to give them much more of a competitive time within the game. At least their high ground should be start being breached at around that 20-minute mark. So that's something that we're expecting. That's what we're saying. They need to stick to their guns. They need to stick to what's happening within the meta as well, and sort of align that with the way they're playing. Because if you're not playing the meta, then you're just automatically putting yourself at a disadvantage from minute one. And unless you're a team that is mechanically much better than the other team, sure, we say that anything can work in Dota, but you have to be good enough to make it work in the first place, right? That's just the thing. So in this level of competition where all of these teams are really good against each other, so the edge that you're going to get, any edge that you're going to get, you're definitely going to want. So it's really important that they rally themselves up. They need to keep their spirits high, and on top of that, they need to make sure that they're picking what's in the meta to compete and to be able to win at this level. So that's really what my expectation is coming out from this game number two. We'll have to see how they end up uh, sort of channeling all of that into game number two. If whether the draft ends up becoming another whitewash, if the game ends up becoming another whitewash, or Team Vicious Gaming can give No Sangat a really tough time, and we can maybe go to that game number three, which we weren't able to do in the previous series. So we're really looking forward to seeing how that ends up being resolved.
Definitely, I really hope we do get to see game number three, particularly for the fact that Vicious Gaming, uh, they might there might be an equal playing field going forward into the finals should they make it, because there's going to be a new patch where no one really knows how no one's really have has had the time to figure out what works best, and that's really uh, a better scenario for newer teams or more inexperienced teams to be playing in. Meanwhile, though, we're going to be seeing how what they choose to do in game number two. I'm not really uh, I'm not really too keen on team Gumball's team No Sangha to be changing up anything, because they seem to be playing in unison. They seem to be playing perfectly. Perhaps underestimating their team a little bit with some of those high ground pushes that we saw, where three or four of their players were being stunned up. But apart from that, they did manage to do a very good job. I do hope that their drafting stays the same. It was a bit unorthodox from their side, right? Because we don't really see that many death push lineups come out in this meta. Haven't really seen them come out in this meta for quite some time now. But perhaps they were expecting a quick win for themselves. But before that, guys, there seems we're going to be heading right into the game number 2. But before that, we're going to be going for a short break, and I will see you guys very soon.
Hey guys, we are back from a quick break. I think our team was trying to figure out something that was happening with the match. Some technical difficulties there. All this part of these online productions. So thank you for bearing with us. So, Tala, are you excited to see Team No Sangat go up against Vicious Gaming? Where we're really excited. This is going to be this could potentially be the final game of this semi-final. We are going to have we already have one finalist, and we're trying to figure out who that other team is going to be. Hopefully, we're going to get some answers pretty soon with the second game starting up.
Definitely, we're going to get our answers really soon. And yeah, Aliyah, I'm definitely excited. I hope the fans watching, I hope the people watching are also excited about this next game coming up. It's going to be, we haven't really seen a lot of Gumball's competitive performances, because he wasn't playing in the last New Gamers Arena. Definitely a newer player, or he's been playing Dota for a while, but he's stepped up to the competitive scene recently. So I do hope that he's able to go through. I do, these are fresh faces that we've seen. I remember for quite a long time in the Dota scene, there were, the same players coming up again and again. And now we don't have players like Aeon. We don't have some of Envy's players. I believe that Shizzy is the only Envy player that's remaining. If
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
mistaken. And we don't have Portal Esports anymore. That was government sponsored as well. But I'm hoping that some of that is able to come back into Pakistan. With the support of Mountain Dew. Hosting more of these events with support of Galaxy Racers as well. I hope they come back. And I hope more of these events happen more frequently rather than once every year or something like that.
Yeah, so we have been told that the draft is live for game number two. It's going to be Vicious Gaming versus Team No Sangat. Vicious Gaming. Team No Sangat now deciding to go
10
for that
seconds remaining.
Treant Protector. So I think we've seen that Treant
5
Protector in that
seconds remaining.
exact same section of the screen for like the fourth time
Yeah.
today. I guess, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. So you can see, yeah, right. It's a very important hero that the teams are deciding to pick
And
here.
it's surprising to see that no Sangat really do not like the ancient apparition
Dire
because they
team
ban it
ban.
every single time the first chance that they get. But Vicious Gaming going to go for that Grimstroke. Definitely a very orthodox pick in this meta. Ali, I feel like talking about the draft in Dota has
Dire
become
team ban.
very stale in this meta because we can like predict the bans each and every single one of the bands. We can predict the first few picks as well. It's uh, it's interesting that this it's a bit limited. I feel this patch in what you can do, how you can
10
pick.
seconds remaining.
Perhaps Dota has just become so optimized. But anyway,
5 seconds
Bristleback,
remaining.
Weaver, Spirit Breaker, and Ancient Apparition, all four banned by Team No
Radiant team
Sangat
ban.
and Chaos Knight, Wraith King, Visage, and Kunkka banned. And we see a Spectre ban come out. Surprising considering how well they were able to deal with the Spectre last game.
Yeah, I guess they really don't want to deal with the Spectre with the kind of lineup that they might have in mind this time around.
10
But it will be
seconds
interesting to see
remaining.
what do they actually have in mind this time around. But yeah, Tala,
5
just to
seconds
add to
remaining.
what you were saying earlier, it has gotten pretty stagnant at this point. Although we haven't seen the Murta getting banned out at this
Yeah.
point. Although that's usually one of those heroes
Radiant team pick.
that do get taken out pretty quickly. So Grimstroke being picked, and on the other side we do have a Treant Protector. So like I said previously, Treant, great hero, gives great vision, but you do need to sort of have a lineup that complements that because so that the rest of the lineup
10
can take care of
seconds
the things that the
remaining.
Treant isn't really good at. Uh, no Sangat, they
5
should be
seconds
able to do
remaining.
that pretty well over here. But with Vicious Gaming, they do have
Dire
that second
team
pick now.
pick.
All
And
right,
does
so a
okay, they
dazzle
let the
coming
dazzle
up.
go. That's
Yeah.
it really depends on if it's a core dazzle or not because we've seen what a core dazzle can really do. We saw it in the grand finals where uh, the team was really ahead and a dazzle
10
completely
seconds
turned it
remaining.
around. With that scepter buff that a dazzle has, it's just
5
impossible to
seconds
play against,
remaining.
and just you can lock down a dazzle and kill him off instantly. But we might see an axe come out from No Sangat to be able to deal with that dazzle. Certainly a very viable pick against a dazzle. These days, just use
Dire
that
team
Berserker's
pick.
call and be able to take him out. But again, we see another Pugna come from No Sangat, and they're probably going for what works for them, just an overall all-out push lineup. Won't be picking the Jakiro up this time around though, since they
10
do have that
seconds
Train Protector.
remaining.
But there are certainly a lot of core heroes that can mow down
5
towers.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I think even if they do want to pick up that Jakiro, the Jakiro does sometimes end up working pretty well in that offlane position as well. But yeah, there are of course much better heroes in that offlane position they might want to opt in for this time around. And yeah, definitely Pugna, great hero, does a lot of damage to the towers, really contribute attributes toward the survivability of your team. We saw that in last game as well. Uh,
Radiant team picked.
just delaying that through the decrypt or anything else. But then now, okay, so the primal beast coming up on that offline position. So I really like No Sangat, what No Sangat is doing, right? They're generally picking in order of their positions, which is what we conventionally do usually see in drafts 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
10
or
seconds
something
remaining.
similar to that in fashion. And it looks like Vicious Gaming might be doing something similar as
5
well. I think they
seconds
tried to
remaining.
overcomplicate things in the last game as well, where they really switched around the order of the heroes that they were picking as well, because that does sometimes, unless you're a really good team who knows what they're doing very well, that can make things pretty complicated. But yeah, so Invoker has been banned out by Vicious Gaming. They're not really looking to play against that. The Grinstroke has been picked, that too combining with the Dazzle, so they do have a good combination of survivability and a stun mechanic, a disable mechanic, silence on their supports right now. So it'll be more on their cores, how they end up picking the cores and what their cores are really good at executing. But yeah, let's see what's going to be that third pick coming out from.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they pick up. Meanwhile, no Sangat Primal Beast. I like this pick a lot. Last time around, they had that Slaughter, and Primal Beast has a sort of natural. I would obviously it's not a blink dagger because it's not instant, but it's too fast to be able to do anything about it unless you have an instant hex hero or an AOE stun hero. But otherwise, you can't really stop the primal beast from coming in, and it has so much sustain, and definitely a good hero to pair up with the Pugna, because while the primal beast is using the pound, Pugna can also just life drain away. But it's
Oh
going
yeah,
to be interesting to see which hero Vicious Gaming chooses for their offlane, or perhaps they might just be going for their mid lane and carry hero right now.
Radiant team picked.
Okay.
all right, that's very interesting coming out from Vicious Gaming. Slard are really good against the Treant Protector, right? You can
Yeah.
get your ultimate on him, you can track him through as he's making his way throughout the boards, and I think really helps you to take down that Primal Beast as well.
10 seconds
To his
remaining.
capacity. Primal Beast, he's a very chonky boy, it's very hard to bring him down, but
5
the negative
seconds
armor
remaining.
is definitely going to help in trying to achieve that.
Yeah, and it's the armor reduction with this dazzle that makes Slaughter so dangerous over here, and plus the Inkswell. So it's not only a good laning phase for them up on that off lane, but it's also a good mid game as well, because that armor reduction will be able to mow anyone down. The good thing is that, much like last game, Pugna does still have that
Dire
decrepify,
team
so that
picked.
Slaughter can't exactly be doing as much damage as he wants. Meanwhile, they have picked themselves up a Luna as their carry, so now it's time for No Sangat to be picking up their carry, and I think they
Yeah,
have quite a lot of options over here.
they
10
quite
seconds
definitely do, right?
remaining.
But then the talking about the Luna pick, right? Combining with the negative armor,
5
the glaives
seconds
bouncing
remaining.
around, so that
Yeah.
will really amplify Luna's physical damage capabilities within this lineup. But Pugna decrepifying Luna,
Dire team ban.
disabling those right clicks for some time, is going to be a bit of an
Radiant
issue. But then
team ban.
OD, so the mid laner coming out from team No Sangat. So that's an interesting pick, Thala. Could you speak a little towards Outworld Devourer? Because I absolutely hate that hero.
I hate that hero as well. But OD
10
does definitely
seconds
does
remaining.
really well against the Slardar, and
5
the
seconds
pure
remaining.
damage coming out from OD certainly can't be contended with,
Radiant
and the
team
ultimate
ban.
does just does so much damage. So it really depends, and it also depends on what item build the Outward Destroyer is going to go for, because they do have a Pugna, so the Meteor Hammer is a very viable option for them to go for. But if they go for a Meteor Hammer, then they lose a lot on their
10
team fight
seconds
potential.
remaining.
And if they go for the Witchblade Hex build, that's going to be a lot
5
better for their team
seconds
fight. So it
remaining.
really depends on what No Sangat is aiming for over here. I think when we see the carry, we'll have a better understanding. If it's a farming carry, then we can probably expect a Meteor Hammer to be coming out. And but for Vicious Gaming, though, they're going to have to really be careful about this one pick, because OD is a natural hex builder. So he's going to be getting a hex sooner or later. So that's going to be something that you have to be careful about. Primal Beast is going to go in. There's the OD's ultimate,
10
and
seconds
suddenly
remaining.
your Luna is not going to be all that protected.
5
So
seconds
Dazzle really
remaining.
needs to have good positioning up on this side. Needs to be ready, trigger ready up on that grave. He won't have that much time before his heroes start falling.
Yeah, that Dazzle is really going to have an important role to play within this game. But no Sangat, the last option, they're down to their carry now. So it'll be interesting to see what they end up picking out here. What could work for them? I think Lifestealer is not really that bad of an option, right? If I'm not mistaken, he can sort of take away Slardar's ultimate debuff that he might have on them through that rage. So somewhat of a hero that naturally dispels that from Slardar might be good here.
Radiant
And
team
then
pick.
Grimstroke and Dazzle.
Stare your death in the
All right,
face.
so there's that Mortar, right? We were just talking about how
Yeah.
that hero was not banned out, and we've seen the incredible amounts of damage that Morta can dish out. The fact that she'll be immune in her ultimate to right-click attacks is
10
also going to
seconds remaining.
makes her a really great pick, and the rest of the team can position around
5
her.
seconds
Or OD
remaining.
can save her, Primal Beast can come in and disrupt anyone, and then
You
Train
may
Protector
now
and Pugnar
select your
ultimate is going to
heroes.
help. And then Lina coming out, so that's a much closer matchup in terms of the mid, the OD
Yeah.
versus the Lina. So we're really going to see if the hater, as he chooses to call himself, will be able to outplay that Lina. I'd say that Lina versus OD matchup, Lina is a little favored in that.
Yeah.
So that's something that's going to be very interesting to see how that ends up
And I think
resolving
I
itself
think
out.
Xena is a very good pick against the Mortar, because while you are immune from physical DPS, you are still vulnerable from the magic DPS, and we know that Lina, with that scepter upgrade, that damage amplification or magic amplification that you get is insane, right? You can do close to
Ridiculous,
around
yeah.
1500, 1600 damage with just a Laguna. If you have a Kaya, have some neutral item that amplifies your magic damage, that's a lot of output. And Morta has, I think, one of the lowest health pools in Dota right now. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they choose to play this. Definitely, Morta does very well against physical DPS carries, right? There's no doubt that should Morta be able to position herself in a correct way, in a
Prepare
good
for
way,
battle.
then this Luna won't be able to do as much to her as Team Vicious Gaming really wants.
I've always wanted to be a giant spacecraft.
Yeah, so the drafts have been logged in between both of these teams. Team No Sangat, they are one game up, and this could be their final chance to try to make a case for themselves to compete into the finals. While Team No Sangat, they're a game up, and they just need this one last game to make it into the finals of Steel Gamers Arena. Tala, there are 50 seconds remaining until we get to that 0-0 second mark, and both the teams are positioning themselves towards that mid lane to fight over those initial runes. And this Dazzle is showing mid, looking
Dazzle,
for that ward.
I'm not
30
sure
seconds
if
to
Dazzle
go.
is Dazzle shouldn't be mid. Or I mean, core Dazzle is the way to play Dazzle in this meta at least, but it requires quite a bit of synergy to pull off. And meanwhile, we're going to see a level 1 engagement. The Inks, well, it's going to go off, but at what cost? Rain will fall down. That's a 4-man Lina stun, a Slaughter stun on 4 heroes, but they just simply do not have the follow-up level 1. And Luna, he's falling very, very low over here, and he's going to be, oh no, the actually securing the kill. I think that's
Knifing,
good.
knifing
Yeah.
actually.
That was a nice snipe. But
Yeah, that was definitely nice snipe.
they did reveal the ward over there, because uh, they didn't have vision
Yeah.
on the Luna, so that ward should be getting dewarded. And it is, in
Yeah, the
fact, going
ward
to be a Lina
should
mid.
be. Yeah, so the Lina is definitely mid. And it's up against that OD. The ward will get dewarded in the bottom, but team No Sangha, they're off to a great start. Once again, they've gotten 2 kills before that 0-0 minute mark, and that too on the mid laner OD. So he's just going to be able to get these items that much quicker. And this is
Radiant's
exactly the
middle
reason I
tower
hate
is
playing
under
against an
attack.
OD. Because you're just here in the mid lane and you're just trying to play some Dota, man. But then that hero just it kind of feels like detention, right? Like you're automatically being
Yeah.
sent away to apparently some alternate reality, and you just kind of stare at the screen until your hero comes back,
Oh,
and that
Pogba's
happens
dead.
a lot.
Too much poison touch on him to be able to survive, and he's going to fall. Meanwhile, Dazzle is going to. Oh no, Luna! What a
Oh,
brilliant save by him. That Lucent Beam saving him, and now Primal Beast is in a lot of trouble. Luna still has another Lucent Beam, so all he really needs is vision. Primal Beast
yeah.
going to buy himself some time, but
Oh,
just
dude.
going to fall as well. A neat little double kill coming out for Luna. A very good start on that safe lane for them.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're looking to see from Vicious Gaming, right? It's exactly moves like these where they're able to dominate the other team and get that early game advantage going for themselves. Because we've seen what No Sangat is capable of, and you do not want to let this team and their heroes go off to get a great start.
Yeah, meanwhile, again, Dazzle falling very low. He doesn't have any grave on him, so he needs to be really careful. No sort of regeneration, and he's going to fall to Gumball. That ward's still up there.
Yeah, I think that's what the entire contention there is about on that bottom lane. So the ward is not really letting him de-ward that as easily. The mid lane, it's going pretty even right now. It's 8 and 10 to both sides. On the top lane, the ink spell does go off. They could have gotten that kill with the Morta ability coming out. It's going to slow everyone down, silence them, and that should be enough to protect that tree and protect her.
Yeah, 10
So should
1
be,
charges, so there's no real kill
Radiant's
potential
barrier has been killed.
up on that top lane unless Morta gets out of position. Luna wasting a lot of time over here to go for that Pugna. Has a lot of HP.
I think he
Oh,
got a little
they're
annoyed
going to
by the
go
shenanigans
up
of
top
the
onto
Pugna, but
Stardar. The motor silence is there, and the trick shot is going to get the Stardar. Very good start for both of these safe lanes, in my opinion.
yeah, the safe lanes, they seem to be going really well, but the Morta has 16 last hits, it's almost doubling that of the Luna. And although the Luna did get a double kill, but you know, it's very important for these heroes to be keeping their farm up. A pause coming out from the Dazzle might be some technical issues on both team side. But yeah, the OD, he is genuinely he's not dominating, but he's doing really well for himself on that mid lane. He's got 14 last hits, and things seem to be really looking up for that OD. So the Lina might have to put in some more work to dominate that OD.
Yeah, and it's as we're going to see it more in when Lina hits level 5 because of that level 3 Dragon Slave. It's going to be interesting to see how OD deals with that. I don't think this is a game where OD should be going the Meteor Hammer. You have enough tower burst in the form of that Nether Blast. You really should be making items that can burst the Lina down before the Lina is able to stack up that magical damage. Just make some sort of burst for some of these other heroes because Dazzle does have that grave, and that's something that Team No Sangat will have to be careful of. That's something that I think that grave is their biggest counter right now because even if Mortar deals a lot of damage and Mortar has that is probably the highest damage dealing glass cannon as we like to call it. Dazzle is the ultimate counter to heroes like that.
Stella, would you care to sort of expand on that thought for a noob like me? Is it because it's the Dazzle sort of takes away from that burst potential of Morta? Because the Morta is, generally looking to take a heroes out in 3-4 hits, right? With the insane amount of DPS that comes out. Is that the reason that Dazzle sort of becomes a counter here?
Yeah, definitely. I think Morta's ability relies on the fact entirely on her ultimate, right? And Morta's very, very vulnerable outside of the ultimate. So if you have a hero that can put a pause on Morta's damage output, so to say, even if you keep someone alive for that duration, after Morta's ultimate runs out, then that's the opportunity where you're able to burst Morta down. So Dazzle, Mortar trying to deal as much damage as he can. Uh, Dazzle's Grave is just going to put a stop to that.
Yeah, yeah, no, you're definitely right about that. The Morta does sort of get diffused out by the Dazzle, but the Dazzle will have to be very careful with his positioning in case he gets
Yeah.
caught by the Morta. So it's either you save yourself or you save an ally, and worst case scenario you can't do either. So we'll have to see if the Dazzle is able to position himself appropriately to pull that off.
Because
But
keeping in mind, Ali, there are a lack of stuns on towards the side of Vicious Gaming. I don't think they have a single stun. They do have a mini stun and a disable in the form of the Primal Beast, but it requires melee range to actually pull off. They
I
have
think you're saying no Sangat doesn't have a lot of stuns, right?
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I got confused. No Sangat
Yeah, no
doesn't
worries.
have a lot of stuns, right? So they don't have an ability that can pin someone down or keep dazzles from silencing anyone outside of the hex that OD is going to make. The
Yeah.
Primal Beast has a melee range ability. The Treant Protector's ultimate doesn't stop someone from casting spells. So you have to be careful about that. You have to take that into account when you are approaching some of these team fights.
Yeah, and you're definitely right about that. But on the other hand, the lack of stun is one thing, definitely. But then on the other hand, I do see some wild, AOE damage potential coming out from Team No Sangat, right? The Treant Protector, if he's able to lock down a few heroes, on top of that, you add that Morta ultimate, the Primal Beast coming in, and we could see Team No Sangat blowing up heroes in a matter of seconds, right? With the sort of potential they have in terms of damage output.
Yeah, definitely. The AoE and the damage output is certainly very real, and it's actually a bit interesting to see that the offlane for Vicious Gaming is not going as well as they had hoped for, because Sardar and Grimstroke is a very potent combination. But now we're going to be resuming into the game. I think that pause messed up the OD's ability to actually get that last hit, but still ahead of Lena.
Yeah, it does generally end up breaking that momentum a little, and that Odi really used that Astral Imprisonment very smartly. Lena was about to run out of her 5 charges, but then, using that Astral Imprisonment takes away the final amount of time she had to dish out a spell. Right now, Dazzle's life is a living hell because this Rubik is just not letting him do anything. Or, sorry, Rubik, I meant that Pagna. So it's a little interesting to see the offlane Samir. He just wants a nice high five, and Luna does not seem to be interested whatsoever right now.
It's insane how that ward is still alive. I mean, like that's very surprising.
Yeah, it's definitely surprising, but what's not surprising is the Luna dying with insane damage potential in the combo that they just have. I just realized that this is also a very real combo that got used. Decrypt slowing this hero down, and then with that Primal Beast coming out using his ability, that Stomp taking the Luna out. So the kill potential is definitely very real, and I'm starting to see this game sort of go out of the hands of Vicious Gaming. Well, on the top lane, they're able to respond back and get a kill onto the Treant Protector. This Pagna with this successful TP out of here.
Yeah. Again, the lack of stuns. I mean, Luna did have a stun, but very high cooldown. You don't usually max it anymore. And meanwhile, on the top lane, Morta in a bit of trouble, but will be able to just get back out with the trick shot. And now they're actually going to go and turn on towards the Sardar. The silence does come out. The blood grenade will be slowing him down enough to get him. And Grimstroke will be making his way out. Actually, no, he turned around. But they don't actually see him, so he will be safe.
Yeah, the Gunstroke, great play coming up from him. Well, not really amazing play, but just, manipulating that fog of war to his advantage and just surviving there. The starter is back. He's not having the best game ever, and if we generally look at the last hits, Starter has 14 last hits as compared to the 26 on the Primal Beast. So the Primal is doing much better. But the starter is generally a hero who really needs a good start to have an impact, especially in the early part of the
Oh,
game.
OD,
But these three
he's in a
rotation
bit of
coming out
trouble.
onto that OD.
Poison
but I don't
touch
think
enabled
anyone's
on
going
him
to be able
in
to get close.
Inkswell. It is going to hit, and where's that Laguna? Oh, almost a cast animation not being enough. The OD with a quick imprisonment, and now Primal Beast is going to be hitting. There's that hammer from the OD that's going to take a dazzle down, and now Lina no choice but to back away. Failed rotation coming out towards the OD. That those were two support heroes that had to come in, which meant that the carry and that offlane were not able to get enough farm in the meantime. So a huge loss in my opinion in the laning phase for Team Vicious Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. But this is something that I think I really do appreciate from them as compared to last game, right? At least they're trying to make something happen right now instead of just keeping the lanes static and being dominated by Team No Sangat. Although it's not really as bad right now as it was in the last game, but it's very refreshing to see them trying to make some moves and just abilities being utilized to sort of zone out the starter as well, while the mortar keeps getting her farm up. And this is another very good combination with the Treant's ability and mortar's silence coming out. So that's going to be a lot of slow and very hard for heroes to get out of there.
Yeah, Grimstroke trying to. Actually, I have no idea what he's trying to do. They do have a Lina up there, but I do not know what that Grimstroke was trying to do. But anyway, they've left the OD on the mid lane, farming up, and now Lina's going to go back to the mid lane. Definitely a lot of wasted time. So I agree, Ali. Vicious Gaming, they are trying to change things up a bit, but it's not really working out for them. I mean, they seem to be wasting more time rather than anything else. And now, Team No Sangha, they've actually positioned themselves up towards the mid lane. But that in those infused raindrops should be protecting that Treant protector from going down. No real danger from that Laguna blade. Now Gumball's on the mid lane. I don't think these guys are just wasting Vicious Gaming's time.
Yeah, that really does seem to be what they're trying to do over here, and I think they're doing it pretty successfully. While on the bottom, the Dazzle was left alone. Rotations are coming out. The Primal Beast will not be able to finish the Dazzle off, but he's also not going to be punished for the aggression that he was exhibiting around the same time. They've left the Lina alone, Admade, and already he's got a shield rune going on. Lina falling pretty low. She did use her Laguna Blade. Not sure who that was used on, but not able to secure a kill even with that right now.
Oh, Pugna might actually know. There's really no. Those are actually very fast rotations coming out from the side of Vicious Gaming. They seem to be able to get anywhere where they want to. And oh, Luna Ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. And he will end up falling down. This is the danger of rotating your Dazzle away. But actually, there's going to be a team fight happening. Grimstroke is going to fall as well. There's that OT hammer, and that's going to be a massive triple kill for him.
Well, that just looked nasty, man. That just looked really nasty.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is under attack.
I mean, like,
Radiant structures
there's great skills coming out from him, I guess. Like, the way he took out those three heroes, man, like that's just really cool. So the OD is, well, I guess dominating right now, right after the Morta, who's on 68 last hits right now, and after that is the Primal Beast. So the Luna and the Lina, they're not very far behind, but it is really this, Zardar that's kind of suffering, and his suffering might continue because there are three heroes making a move on him, but instead they're going to get the much better reward in turn, which is going to be the Lina, who rotated in over to try to get a kill, but she's going to get killed in return. Zardar, he is trying his best to survive, and it looks like he might be able to, unless the trick shot comes out, which it won't. So what was sort of an attempt to make the game better for Luna, sorry, that Zardar, turned out to be a death for Lina. And then the
Yeah.
Dazzle
Radiant's
also
middle
died.
tower is under
There's
attack.
that ownage call, 7k net worth lead. This game already snowballing out of control. 3 and 13 up on the scoreboard. Lina not actually finding anything. OD massive right now and actually going for that Witchblade, which I think is personally better compared to that Meteor Hammer. And they don't really need the Meteor Hammer because with the amount of control that they're able to generate right now this early on into the game, they should have no problems taking some of these towers down. But now we do see a smoke up come from the Radiant side. The Inks will come out, but again, such a mismatched rotation. Not really going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, and I really does feel like that they're being a little desperate in their initiations, where they're not really realistic if they're going to be able to close that gap with the Outworld Destroyer. He just has too much defense on him, so it's nice that they're trying to use that silence, but this tower is going to fall down any second now. It's going to be really hard for them to defend this, and at the same time, the Mortar she's just continuing up her farm. She's on 90 last hit in 11 minutes into the game, and that's almost that
top
ideal
lane.
amount of last hit that you're looking for.
Oh, the trick shot missed,
Oh.
and the Treant Protector not expending his ultimate, and that should be Slardar getting away. Queued up in his Blink Dagger though, so will be going for that first item, Blink Dagger. They do have the damage output from their abilities to actually make use of that first item Blink. But the way that they're playing this team, no Sangat, they're actually, they've managed to disable Vicious Gaming so hard that Vicious Gaming are on their toes right now, not really knowing where to rotate or where to go. They're really forced into where
and they're
no
stealing
Sangat
the
want them to
ancients.
go, rather. And now, Grimstroke, he's in a bit of trouble. He's actually found himself in a
Behind.
bit of tricky situation, and he's going to instantly fall. Rotations coming in towards that top lane, but those
And look at that
rotations
OD
don't
go.
do anything. Yeah, and that's a dead Dazzle.
That is definitely a dead Dazzle. I think that OD is just getting massive at this point, honestly, with six kills from him, and then the Luna, the Luna. This has gotten a little confusing for me at this point. But the Luna able to TP out of there, so that was just really great coming out from her. And they're also stealing the stacks that Team Vicious Gaming had for themselves, the Ancients. So this Morta is just going to be a pain to deal with.
Oh,
but
he's
she
going to get
might-
stunned up. He's dead.
He's definitely dead.
Yeah, and with no TP out of there, doesn't really seem like he does have a stick though. And he does have a Lotus, and Alina's abilities are all on cooldown. So
But is this Mahad
I don't know who Mahad is.
on the Morta?
Who's-
Okay, I'll tell you later. I think Mahad's a friend of ours, but like he's also very high in our player. I don't think this is him though. This is probably not him though.
Okay, but 9 stick charges, 1 Lotus, so he will survive the Laguna. But the stun damage hasn't kicked in yet, so it all really depends on whether or not he uses both of those heal abilities. If he doesn't, he's going to end up dying. And that's going to be a very important kill. Again, this is a bit of an overextension or overcommitment from the side of no Sangat.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like the Morta might survive here, especially the Laguna Blade being on the ready as well. So,
Oh, he survived.
oh no, oh wow, she survives and goes out her ultimate as well, and then is able to deter the Slardar with a trick shot as well. The Morta, just great gameplay coming out from her. The Treant heal definitely came into play as well. But on the other hand,
Oh, this OD is dead.
This
This OD is
going
so
to die
dead. There's
here.
nowhere for him to go, and that's 1200 gold going the way of Dazzle. Perhaps they should have, they really should have given the kill to the Lina.
Radiant's
I
middle
think that would have
tower is
really,
under attack.
put that Lina to get some more items. So some gold, some missed opportunities there. They didn't get the Morta, but they were able to get that OD at that point. But at the same time, this is definitely a different game. If Lina and Luna are able to get some gold going, they can get some, network going, some items up on them. as well as the Slaughter. He is pretty close to that blink at this point, just 500 gold off. So it's a completely different game. So Vicious Gaming, they do have a solid chance in this game up against No Sangat, but it just really depends on how they end up playing it out here.
Oh, Slaughter gets caught out as well. Does have that stun, will be using it and will be trying to get away. Will it be enough though? It does seem like he has the movement speed to be able to get away. But should he go? Yeah, he's gone. But meanwhile, Mortar gets a solo kill on the Dazzle. I'm not sure what the Dazzle was doing over there.
Yeah, that was a bit questionable. I'm not sure what the Dazzle was doing behind the enemy lines there either. But pushes are coming through, and this top tower should be falling pretty briefly here. And Team No Sangat, they're right back at it with their shenanigans.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like, Vicious Gaming have a response to this. Sure, they do have the Luna ultimate, but it's only the level 2 Lucent Beam up on him, and no real way to stop this push from coming through.
Yeah, they'll have to be careful not to get this Luna killed right. She needs to get her farm going so that she can keep up with everyone. And it's a really great sign right now that she has 109 last hits, which is right up with that Morta on the 120. So she is keeping up pace at least in this game. So, but the rest of the team isn't really doing that. So to be fairly honest, the Dazzle stepping up again, and the OD is probably going to take that kill for himself once again.
Yeah. And now the top lane tower. We saw a team Vicious Gaming TP in all of their heroes to the top lane tower, but now they've all gone. And Lina, he's in a bit of trouble. The Primal Beast, he is making his way towards that bottom lane, does have that ward up, so he did see the Luna, but not really committing on towards that location.
Yeah, so 16 minutes into the game, I do commend Vicious Gaming. You know, this game's going much better than what was going on with the last game, but they are 9,000 gold behind, and with that kill onto the Dazzle, this OD seems to have a personal vendetta against the Dazzle, just not letting him survive. And the Vicious Gaming, they currently have a problem, and that problem is called No Sangat, being in their triangle all the time. So they might want to step up and deal with this. So on the same time, the Primal Beast is up against 4 heroes right now, and there's literally no options. But he should be going down here, but the Dazzle coming in, helping him survive for a little bit longer. The OD is now here. That Lardar doesn't look like he will be able to survive, and he gets taken out. And on the back line, they're also able to save the field protector, and Luna will have to pay for that with her life. And there she is. A big scary lady with those 2 guns is able to take another hero out.
Yeah, that would have been a brilliant save, but I really have to appreciate Gumball over here saving the Primal Beast, able to turn it around onto the Slardar, and with that they were able to take him out. But now OD in a bit, no, actually he's not in any trouble at all, and he's just gonna have one hit to be able to kill that Luna. The Slardar Blink Dagger stun comes in, and Pugna is now in trouble, going to get 2 kills. The Slardar getting a lot of gold over there. I think he got close to around 1,500 or rather 1,000 gold just from that.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't Gumball grief the OD a little. He could have gotten the silence off, or I'm not really sure how that interaction would have worked, right, with the decrypt and the silence. The silence does go off automatically after the decrypt goes off.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about it either. I don't really see Pugna being picked that often anymore.
Yeah, it's one of the rare heroes. But well, Primal Beast has a haste rune right now, and that's not really something you want to see on a hero that big, moving that elegantly across the map. But yeah, on the top lane, a hero did TP in. We're going to see who that is, and the chances of survival look pretty low, especially if Vicious Gaming are able to spot him out. That it's on the right side, and that's Gumball. Oh, not just missing him by just a bit. But this top tier 1 tower should be falling right now.
Yeah, they will get a top tier 1 tower for their troubles. And I think No Sangat will realize this as well. but their map is completely
Radiant are
dark,
scanning.
save for those 2 observer wards, which aren't giving them a lot of information.
Dire's
Meanwhile,
top tower
for
has
Team No
fallen.
Sangat, they have the opponent's jungle entirely walled, and now we're going to see another smoke come for them. They're not really sure where to go.
Radiant's bottom
I'm sure
tower
they
is
know that
under attack.
Team No Sangat will be in their jungle,
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
but I think they're content with going on towards the Pugna, who's actually just gone back to base, so they're not really going to get anything. Oh no, he actually went back, and now Gumball's in it. Oh, that blink out.
Oh. Yeah, that was just some pure skill and reaction time coming on from that Pugna, able to use that blink on time to get himself away from that initiation. And I don't think Vicious Gaming is really interested in that tier 2. But look at that, the entirety of No Sangat is rotating in using that teleport, and they're going to be behind the entire squad of Vicious Gaming, but they made their way back from the river and just positioning themselves pretty nicely and away from any aggression that No Sangat might be bringing in right now.
Yeah, but
But
they're
it's
actually
all
just
about
going to
the
go
map,
back.
right? Talha, sorry to cut you off, but it's about the map, right? Vicious Gaming has to play the entire map so scared right now. They're almost all clumped up together. They're afraid of showing a hero separately in another lane right now. So with that, I'm not sure if those smokes were a victory for them, and they're just off to a roast right now. No Sangat.
Yeah, and it's going to be quick and easy Roche for them. Morta probably taking that Aegis OD up now on that Blink Dagger, up now on that OD. Point booster available, so he's going to be going for that Scepter upgrade. And No Sangat, they're primed and ready to go for those tier 2 towers, or perhaps high ground should they want to.
Yeah, they do have the potential. They do have the items being up. The only threat against them is honestly the starter initiation, but they're getting so huge. And in a team fight, I don't really see starter blowing any heroes up. They have found the Lina, who was roaming around alone, but now it looks like it's going to be the Pugna that was a little solo. So the team has shown up to back him up, and
Radiant's bottom tower is
team
under attack.
No Sangat, they're not interested in chasing this. They can just focus the tier 2 now.
Yeah, and with so much expended, Slaughter did miss the blink over there onto the Pugna. Should that blink have hit, I think he would have been able to get that kill. But it's unfortunate it didn't connect. And now nothing to stop Team No Sangat from actually taking this tier 2 tower. Nothing to stop them from actually going on to their tier 3s, actually.
Is under attack.
But perhaps they're not going to go for that just yet. Perhaps they're going to go for that tier 2 tower up top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and I guess that's why the Beastmaster did EP there, and they're pushing the wave out, bringing it back to that tier 2. And the rest of the team just chilling back into the triangle. And Team Vicious Gaming, they are all smoked up. I'm not sure what the objective here is, to catch some of the heroes out while they are splitting up for the towers. That would be really ideal if they can catch someone out, but it doesn't really look like a starter following up with a jump. He does get the stun off. Selena connecting the OD gets taken out, and that was the great initiation coming out. The starter getting his ability off, and they make quick work of 3 heroes, and that's exactly what we were hoping from Team Vicious Gaming, right? They took that moment of not weakness, I'd say, but that moment that Team Vicious Gaming took out, No Sangat took out, to sort of split up and bring that lane back in, and that's when they took advantage. So they are
Oh,
still
they see them.
in the triangle.
They want more. They see the Morta. Morta's going to get gone on. Morta's going to activate the ultimate. Going to get that kill onto Luna. That's a lot of damage right there. Starter, he's in a lot of trouble as well. Morta, but now he's stunned up. By that Lina, he is going to get a Laguna Blade, or rather not. He's actually... Lina is the one who's in a bit of trouble right now, and he's going to fall from that Morta. Oh, the life is coming out as well, and Morta's going to be kept alive by that Pugna. And Slaughter, he's going to actually die. That was extremely good coordination coming up from these two.
Yeah, realizing that they were still pretty strong going up against those heroes, and that sort of pushed the game back where it was, right? 3 heroes dead, and Team Sangat, they are still going to go for that tier 2 top.
Yeah, and the Aegis still up for them. Nothing to really stop them. And it's surprising to see how fast Luna actually fell.
And with that, BKB is going to be up on the Primal Beast pretty soon. So
Radiant's
it's going
top
to
tower
have
is
that
under
initial,
attack.
that ability to initiate without really that fear of dying in that beginning.
Radiant's
So
top tower has
another
fallen.
tower gets taken out.
Yeah,
And
and I think this is a time to go high ground because 1 minute only left on the Aegis. They should be maximizing this. And Team Wish is Gaming, they're expecting it, expecting something to come up high ground. Luna farming at bot. Needs to be a bit careful though.
yeah, Luna is pretty alone out there, and she's sending her illusions, so that's going to show, and that might interest the side of Team No Sangat. So they might go on over there to check out what's happening there. But yeah, still have 40 seconds remaining. They do have a middle lane pushed in pretty much there, but it doesn't seem like No Sangat's interested in going high ground at the moment right now. Just taking care of that Tormentor. There is a shard going to that Pugna, but that's going to be about it. They are going to come across a hero in the jungle. Let's see how that sort of shapes up.
Yeah, and it's definitely Aegis 10 seconds left, so the Aegis is going to go out. So they won't be going high ground with that Aegis, but meanwhile, Dazzle, he's going to get caught, and he's not really going to be able to do anything. Not even able to get out that grave by a bit more time. But now,
Dire's top tower
oh, they
is under
actually
attack.
they might have seen. I don't think there was anyone there, but they had this impression that someone was. But now, all 5 heroes on that bot lane. I think they're waiting for Morta's next item before they go high
Dire's
ground.
middle tower
But a
is under
DD
attack.
rune up top. Starter is going to spoil it out. Will be collecting it, so he has the potential to jump on
Radiant's
someone
bottom
and get
tower
that
is
kill.
under attack.
Yeah, they might want to get that kill on that hero top, which is present on the tower. So they should be showing any moment now. With the OD and the Primal Beast at the bottom, that just makes it a much more viable target to go on. But great vision setup around that Tormentor by the Dire side. They do see heroes in the top, and then not really going on that Treant isn't really the best, the easiest target unless you've got that mark on him. But look at Team No Sangat. They're very eager to respond to that aggression, trying to get into position to punish that.
Yeah, and they're
And there's no one
actually I would think they're wasting a bit of time right now because Team Vicious Gaming, they're very strong on that high ground, particularly if they start getting more farm up. 15k net worth lead, sure, it's a lot if you're able to initiate on someone, but if it's a question about holding that high ground, you have Lina, you have Dazzle, who most definitely is going to be on the back lines. So no one really needs to initiate from Team Vicious Gaming, and they can just hold that high ground indefinitely. But actually, Grimstroke is going to wander outside just a little bit. Not really sure where he was going. Perhaps for that Wisdom Rune that's going to spawn in about 5 seconds now.
Yeah, and that Dazzle just repeatedly keeps getting caught out onto the map. I think he's just trying to push out the waves, I guess, but I'm not sure what wave was there present in the middle of the river there. But Morta does have her items. She's going to do a shit ton of damage in these fights, and I don't really see any heroes from the Radiant side being able to do that. Right now, we are seeing the XP per minute. If you can see the net worth of the heroes, that would be very nice to see where everyone is at.
Yeah, and now here comes the high ground push. Mortar just going to be hitting that tower. Not really anything to stop him. The living armor is going to give him quite the boost, even if he gets jumped on. OD is there, ready to protect that Mortar.
And look at that attack range on Mortar, right?
Yeah.
And they're just targeting 2 towers at the same time. Oh, they are able to break out that field detector. The big coming out. Murta, she can use her ultimate if she wants to here. The Dardar, he's getting very low HP, and the Luna, she is so low even with that BKB up on her, but she has to make a retreat, and now she won't have a BKB for the next fight either. Grimstroke, he does use that buyback, and Team Sangat, respecting the abilities, respecting the cooldown, respecting that buyback, deciding to get back for a bit.
It's surprising they're choosing to go back because there's no slaughter available. There's, outside of the slaughter, there's really no initiation that Vicious Gaming have. Sure, they don't have a train protector anymore, but is he really all that important? No glyph, or rather, actually, the glyph is available for them.
Yeah, the glyph is up right now, and the Radiant, they do have some decent vision towards that middle lane, so they will spot out that OD, and with the heroes in the bottom jungle as well, with the OD looking to regroup with the rest of his team towards their bottom. Team Vicious Gaming, they really have to do something, or they're just going to continue to get choked out on the map. The Luna is keeping up with net worth, but Luna's not typically a hero that does pretty well against other heroes that are the same net worth, right? Luna usually requires a decent lead over other heroes in terms of net worth and that XP to be able to do much. But here's the second Roshan, it is being taken out, and it will be uncontested pretty much. And with that Aegis, we will probably see Team Losanga try to go onto that high ground, pushing up that lane, but then the Dazzle gets spotted once again, and we could see a team fight breaking out here, unless Vicious Gaming are not interested, which they shouldn't be. To be fair, there is an Aegis on the other team.
Morta is scouting with that silver edge, but probably not going to find anyone over here. We'll come across the Lotus pool. There's a great Lotus available for grabs should they want it. But now Lina going to go in onto the OD, but the OD saw him and he blinks in onto the Lina. No BKB though, but Primal Beast is going to be coming in. There's the hammer as well, and Lina, he is going to go down. 60 seconds down, and I'm not sure if he has buyback. Without the Lina dishing out those dragon slaves, there's really no way to hold that high ground.
There definitely isn't, right? There's no reason for No Sangat to go back from that high ground. Lina isn't going to be able to use those tanks, and those buildings, those barracks are going to start falling pretty soon right now. Dazzle just jumping in, man. Look at the courage on that hero right now. Just getting that buyback coming out, but then the Slardar jumping in. He was trying to engage onto the Morta, but the Morta, she has an Aegis right now. She doesn't really care. The person is right there to back her up as well. And this looks like it's going to be a complete demolition of Vicious Gaming space right now.
Yeah, they don't have any glyphs.
Oh. There was a decent initiation coming off, but they're able to take out that Grimstroke first of all, and then after that, moving forward, there's just not really enough damage output. The Pagna heal and the Treant heal is just so strong right now that they can't even get them to use the Aegis. The Slardar going in, the ultimate gets used there, but they might have gotten that first kill, but no, the save coming out from the OD, and all these heroes, they look healthy right now. No one will know. And then the Primal Beast going down. The Luna, she hits the Lina. She's in the jungle. She did she buy back? I think she did. There's going to be a dieback on her, and that should be the game. It has been called as well, and our winners for game number 2 are going to be Team No Sangat.
Yeah, very well played from from Team No Sangat. I mean, Vicious Gaming also did play pretty well, but it's going to be we do have our second finalist, and it's going to be No Sangat going up against the winners of the first best of 3, and Team Vicious Gaming are going to be going home. So we do have the stage set for the finals. It's going to be Reckless Hazard versus Team No Sangat. Meanwhile, both of these teams, Team Potato and Team Vicious Gaming, are going to be going home. But Team Vicious Gaming, they did do quite well. The second game around, it was a completely different game. And even though they didn't get their objectives, they didn't manage, they wasted quite a lot of time with those rotations, and it seemed like the entirety of the pace of the game was set by Team No Sangat rather than them. But, it was a much better effort the second time around.
It definitely was a much better effort, Thala, but unfortunately, that's all it's going to be, right? From Vicious Gaming, they gave it their all, but it just looked like that No Sangar were just miles apart in terms of just mechanical skills, execution, everything. They just had a better understanding of the game. They knew what they wanted to do to win, and ultimately, they were just choking the other team out on the map in terms of resources, in terms of XP, and all of those good things. We saw multiple times that Dazzle had to go and die individually to the heroes because he was just trying to make some space on the map. He was just trying to go for that vision to set anything up, and it was just not really working out for them. So we do have our ultimates. Our ultimates, and we're going to our finalists. So let's take a look at the brackets, and it's going to be recreational hazards versus no sangers for the finals. Right, we saw two amazing semifinals coming out today. Team Recreational Hazard, they played amazingly. It was a 2-0 on that side as well, and No Sangat and Vicious Gaming was a 2-0 as well. So our finalists have been decided, the stage is set, and we're really excited for this final. Recreational Hazard and No Sangat, they really seem to be two teams that are really strong, and they're going to give each other some very good competition. So it's going to be really interesting to see how who ends up winning Duke Gamer Arena 2023. I would generally want to just want that to happen, but that's just the thing, right? It's a little far out, and there's going to be a new patch coming in, so hopefully that'll stir up the Dota pot a little, that'll stir up the meta a little, and we'll end up seeing how these teams end up adopting to that.
Definitely, Ali. Kudos to the two teams that tried, Team Potato and Team Vicious Gaming. But we do have our finalists, and we're going to be seeing just how well they perform. It's certainly going to be an exciting finals because both of these teams are very highly skilled, they're very good at what they do. So it's going to be a nail biting finals when we do actually come to it. But we're going to have a few, we're going to have to wait for it. Wait for it. All good things come in time. For now, guys, this was me, your host Tultras, casting with Izus, and we'll be seeing you guys next time.